Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and today we are starting Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel as far as the live streams go. Today is Friday, January 21st. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel came out with, frankly, not much fanfare, in almost like a surprise release. It frankly was a surprise release. Um, but I've been taking time out of playing Fallout 3 to do the solo and do a spotlight of this game. And it does look like, at least for this initial burst, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel will work better than Shadowverse. I've been incredibly burnt out on Shadowverse. I think that's been fairly obvious. The daily quest and such have been driving me crazy. I will try to finish the storyline and make some wrap up episodes on Shadowverse, but as far as the solo adventure that's happening right now and daily quests on Shadowverse, that's I'm done with all of that. I'm not going to spend the extra time and grindiness to this. Now, I will say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel kind of feels like not beta, but a version 1.0 barely of what it potentially could be. And like any collectible card game, it is kind of pay to win, but it's not been terrible. Let's just. I would say this mobile phone screen, which you've seen in plenty of other like cell phone games, is probably the worst part about this. Is that the important things are over here, and then maybe this, and then this is just advertisement. The Duel Pass is more advertisement than anything else. They're having a sale on gems, and I will say that the gems are literally the only thing you can buy at the moment, compared to like Magic the Gathering Arena, where you would have tab after tab of being able to buy gems and then other things. So by default, any money coming in goes to the premium currency of gems. There is no confusing free currency or secondary currency or anything like that. And you have missions that give you the opportunity, frankly, to get a decent amount of gems. At least it kind of feels like that. Compared to, say, Shadowverse, which never gave you any free premium currency at all. Eventually, I think these unlimited missions in particular are going to uh, run out. The daily missions will come back, and some of these daily missions have stacked, so you can see these end in 9 days, where this actually I think ends in a little bit more than, well, no, these end in 9 days too, but I think these end in a little less than 9 days because I've been just kind of playing this non-stop. But then you have these unlimited missions, which I've already made a lot of progress to this and unlocked a bunch of things. And what your main goal is to have 1,000 gems, so then you can come to the secondary shop, which is not the gem shop. It's not solo mode. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. The secondary shop here, which is, I guess, probably the primary shop, and this is where you have the different tabs. So to get to the gem shop, you click up here, which, I mean, once again, it shows how the interface is a little rough. And I'm gonna suggest that if you're gonna jump into this quickly, what you probably would want to do is start by getting the Duel Pass. This first Duel Pass is worth it. It costs 600 gems by the time you're through the tutorial, which the tutorial is really short, but then there's more tutorial in solo mode. So you do a little solo mode, you'll have 600 gems and be able to buy the Duel Pass and the gold version of the Duel Pass. And I actually do recommend that, as long as you're going to play. See, this is probably not the best way to display the Duel Pass, but if you get up to level 98, you'll get all 600. I mean, level 99, you'll get all 600 gems that you put into it back. If you get to level 100, you'll get a pot of greed, what they're called, mates, which are little animated friends. Plus, you will get a lot of crafting points. That's what CP stands for. It's a bad thing. You'll also get a special card art here that just changes the background on the main screen. It's a really pathetic reward. So after you get the battle pass, I'd recommend probably getting this bundle first, and in opening this bundle, which gives you a better reward than opening just 10 packs of the standard master packs, you will unlock secret packs. Now, secret packs are about the worst part of Yu-Gi-Oh here, and I'm not going to cover every part of this game, but I'm just going to give a quick starter suggestion. They're the worst because when you get these keys and it unlocks these secret packs for 24 hours, and then you have to spend more gems and more money to get the gems. And that kind of sucks. Now, it does seem like if you go into one of these and you buy 10 packs, you will refresh this counter, but then you just would be tempted to buy more gems and buy more gems. So it's a never-ending cycle where you could easily put $100 into just opening these packs. And when you open the packs, you will get 4 cards from this pool of cards. And I'm specifically showing this selection of cards because this is the God cards from the original Yu-Gi-Oh anime, and I'm trying to get one of each just to see if maybe there's some extra reward. It also is the Exodia cards and a bunch of helper spells and traps and characters for summoning the God cards in Exodia. So if you're like me, who's mostly only seen the first series of Yu-Gi-Oh, these cards are very visually appealing. They're actually probably terrible cards by modern Yu-Gi-Oh gameplay style standards. And I've opened a lot of packs. I probably opened about 50 packs in this specific secret one, and I would suggest that just open the same secret over and over again until you can get all of the ultra rares, because that's what you're going to do. Is you're going to open a bunch of packs and get a bunch of normals, which are these ends, and a bunch of rares, and then it's going to be a struggle to get even one super rare or ultra rare. And this little red circle limits you to having only one copy in standard gameplay, and that's pretty much all this game can handle right now is standard gameplay. They'll probably add some more rules later, which does oddly mean you can have 3 copies, the normal 3 copies of all of these God cards. But yeah, you're going to open pack after pack after pack, trying to get the ultra rares, and you're going to get a bunch of duplicates, and then you're going to dust the duplicates to get crafting points to make more normals and rares. But a pack contains 8 cards, and the first 4 cards of that are part of what I can only assume is the entire collection of Yu-Gi-Oh collectible card games up until this point. They are calling these the Master Duel Pack pool, and you can see there's 6,750 cards available in this pool. So if I click show number owned, you can see there's just a very tiny smattering of cards that I've found 1 copy of. So as you're purchasing these secret packs, you're getting basically pickup summons, 4 pickup summons for a very featured class that you're really going for, and then you're working your way through the backlog of the older cards. So there's not a good example here, but when you open packs, they will have normal chances of getting cards, or they will have super rare packs that increase your odds of getting super rares or ultra rares, and then you'll have some pearlescent glowing edges that are ultra rare packs. And it starts here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I don't get at least one super rare in this 10 card pack opening, then I'll be guaranteed at least one ultra rare in the next 10 card pack opening. So you always want to spend 1,000 gems. You never want to buy just a single pack. Unless you're just so low on gems and you want to try and get another 24 hours to grind more. This is very much like Shadowverse in the opening. The fact, though, that you have to buy 10 packs is going to potentially mean we don't open as many packs on live streams as I was doing in Shadowverse. We may not just always start with a pack opening. So this one is glowing because your odds are higher for it to be a super rare or ultra rare. I think it can be an ultra rare. Alright. So these 4 are all marked new because they're from just the standard Master Duel pool, whereas these 3 and probably this one are not going to be new because I already have a copy of them and they are the pickup summons. Oh, I was wrong. So here they underline these to say these are the pickup cards, the featured cards. This key shouldn't really be a key because it unlocks the secret deck, but really all you're unlocking is the ability to purchase more packs. The animation when the card packs open is nice enough, but it can be a little annoying. Now this one has flipped, and so now it is a foil style of the card. So on top of there being normals, rares, super rares, and ultra rares, there is also normals that are standard, normals that are foils, and then there is a royal version also, but the royal version of cards is extremely rare, like 1% chance of getting those versions of your cards, and I'm not sure that there are actually royal versions for normals or rares. It may specifically only be super rares or ultra rares that have the royal version. Yeah. Now, there's also a trick here that if you are specifically looking for specific packs, like the Old Gods pack that I'm opening, the Great Olds is what it's actually called, you just need to go and craft Exodia, the Forbidden one. Like, crafting that through the deck menu with crafting points will automatically unlock this secret pack. And I am certain that that's not the only one. So there will be some kind of tutorial online eventually where a new player will be told to craft a very specific card that will unlock a very specific secret pack, and then you'll be told to dump all of your crystals into getting those packs, those secret packs, until you have a full deck. What oddly doesn't happen here, though, is it doesn't seem like you ever get a deck recipe of sorts, or what they call a structured deck, when you open these secret packs, which it would almost make sense that you would get some kind of structured deck from it. But yeah, it is very possible that these featured cards are designed not to just open other random secret decks. There might be a bit of a web there, where specific structured cards in this expansion will lead to other specific structured decks. This is not an abnormality either. You open 10 packs, you'll probably open 10 structured secret decks. Which means if you planned on potentially spending only 1,000 gems to open 10 packs, you're then going to be tempted to spend tenfold of that on other secret packs. And I imagine you will just constantly unlock secret packs. But one of the unlimited missions is to find more secret packs, so you're actually making progress towards a goal, even if you don't actually purchase anything from the secret packs. But yeah, they are definitely the greediest, worst part of this game, and they're not really that greedy. It's just like limited times offers. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Masters also has a survey going on right now where you can get 50 free gems, and in it you can try to indicate that you think Konami's being too greedy. There is definitely a big danger here in the fact that Konami is in charge of this, that they very easily could give up on this after a year. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links was before this, and they are still trying to promote through this game Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. They mention it several times, but which is probably a good thing. And in all fairness, Duel Links talks about the cartoon and the anime, whereas Master Duel makes zero mention of the cartoon or anime of any generation. So you're not going to see Kaiba in this game, or at least I have yet to see Kaiba. You're not going to see you're not going to see Yugi. You're not going to see Joey Wheeler or anything like that. This is very much like Magic the Gathering Arena, where it's just all about the card games. Now, there is in the solo mode some story that talks about the characters and the lore of the characters in the game, in the cards themselves, which that's kind of new territory and more interesting, frankly. So here you can see, as we had a 10-pack purchase with no ultra rares, the next 10-pack purchase of this pack, the Great Olds, will guarantee to have at least one ultra rare. So I only unlocked one secret card pack, and I just unlocked it a bunch of times. That seems weird. But I did refresh the Great Olds again, which gives me some time. And you can see I have like 6 copies of this cards, although some of them are in different forms. This end screen is a little rough. So now this shows 10 packs ultra rare guaranteed, and if we go back to the featured cards and show the numbers owned, we didn't get an Obelisk Determiner, we didn't get Raw Sphere mode, but we did get this. So I'm only missing this card, Soul Crossing, these 2 cards, and we have a ton of duplicates of these cards. So, let's get that to reload. Interesting. It didn't give me 24 hours again on the Great Olds. So I have 12 hours now to find 1,000 gems, or I would lose that offer. That's not an offer that crosses over through different secret packs, and that secret pack unlocked this secret pack, which has different featured cards, of which I imagine I don't own many, but just in randomly getting cards, I quickly will start to have have a lot of cards in general. Just because these are featured cards doesn't mean they're exclusive cards. At least I don't think that's the case. We could check that by typing in something like Tormentor. Nope. No Obelisk the Tormentor. Well, if I type in raw, that's going to be a problem. Let's see. Ultra rares with raw or RA in the name is going to be a real problem. And scroll down. Click this and that could help us a little bit. Raw is an effect monster. Yeah. So you can see that the god card, Sulfur the Sky Dragon, is still collectible through the regular Master Duel pull, and the Winged Dragon Raw is collectible through the Master Duel pull. So it's basically all the cards. So at some point, if you just don't care about what cards you are and you aren't trying to go for a specific focus of featured cards, you would stop using the secret packs and you would just go to the normal packs and buy master packs. If you have nothing better to do, you might also go with these selection packs that are probably newer cards. And yeah, these selection packs don't have any of the Master Duel older cards in them. So these are probably the closest thing to a booster pack that they're going to offer, although they're using different phrases for it. Yeah, I don't know which one I'd actually call a booster pack, whether I'd call a secret pack or a booster pack. These bonus packs, though, suck because they only give you like 2 cards. Oddly, I don't know why that is the case. Like, this is a smaller selection of cards, and I had 2 of these, and then when I open this and purchase it, you would think that this would be 8 cards like everything else, but it's just 2 cards. 2 normal cards is not enough, like, even to bother to show that kind of animation. Then you have these structured decks, and I'm sorry this is taking so long. We have a ton of news today too, where it kind of makes sense to buy the structured deck once to get 1 of every card, and just have a pre-built deck for you. You kind of always want to have a pre-built, try and get as many structured decks as possible, because otherwise you're going to have to build your own decks, and that's going to take extra time. But then you can buy this for 500 gems, which isn't that expensive, 3 times, so then you have 3 copies of every card. Because I don't believe there's any real duplicates. Like, no, there are duplicates. But the art is different. This is a 4-star 18900. No, this is a different card. This is Dragon Pit Magician. This is Dragon Pulse Magician. So yeah, it's 1 of each card. You would buy it 3 times to get 3 copies of each card, which still I don't think really makes sense, because then you're going to have 3 copies of ultra rares, and you can only, no, you can have 3 copies of ultra rares. I guess the only problem here is if they made a structured deck with limited numbers of cards that had like the red circle, and you could only have one copy in the deck. So yeah, if you're paying to win, it would make a lot of sense to just buy the structured deck 3 times and getting all 3 of these newer cards. Although I definitely do have kind of a reluctance to want to play these newer cards. I'm too nostalgic here. But yeah, the suggestion here, buy the gold pass first. Buy this probably first. That will lead you to a secret pack. If you specifically want the Great Olds and the God cards, go into crafting mode, which is completely in a different place. Go to here, click create a new deck, and then type in, let's see, Exodia, hit enter, click this card, and then you would generate this with a super rare 30 crafting points. So you'd have to go through the tutorial and make sure you have super rare crafting points. It's kind of weird that there are different crafting points for different cards. So very quickly, or relatively quickly, I'll have enough dust where I can just craft 1 of every normal card if I want to do that. And you're not falling that far behind even with the super rares and the ultra rares. The rewards, at least at the beginning of this game, are extremely high. But yeah, you craft 1 of those, that should unlock the secret pack. If this doesn't unlock the secret pack, it must have been one of the other parts of Exodia, like right leg of the Forbidden One, left leg. It was something there, because I was crafting specifically this, and that's the only things I've crafted is Exodia. And frankly, it was a mistake to even craft that, because I've gotten ridiculous amounts of copies of that. But yeah, when you first set up here, you will have a ridiculous amount of rewards. But there is a concern that 2-3 months into this game, all of these rewards will have been done, and they won't reset in any way, and then it will be, you'll just hit this brick wall where the game says, okay, you can do the daily quest and get maybe 100 gems every day, but then you'd have to play every day to even make that worth your while. At the moment, they are promoting this selection pack and saying it's not going away until March 22. So the first season, here's that survey for 50 gems. And then there is this Duel Live that they want you to spectate every day. Let's actually show a game here. The thing about the Duel Live is these are either pre-scripted games or they are extremely high level games that have been sped up, because these people move really fast and fairly fancy. They do really crazy maneuvers, whereas a normal game is not this interesting. But I will tell you as a tip, you should just immediately click the fast forward here and watch it at double speed, because you're only going to get like 5 gems for doing this, and you probably want to play a game. I've seen no penalty whatsoever for losing while playing ranked, so at least at the lower levels you should just always play ranked and involve yourself. There is a complaint, and I definitely feel it, that Yu-Gi-Oh!, and maybe this is just in the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh!, has a game timer of 480 seconds, but it doesn't really have a turn timer. So it is very possible for somebody to sit and not play for a fairly long time. Yeah, and that was a fairly quick game there. you can watch other people play also. See, so that's spectate for 5 gems. Not really worth it. But yeah. I also don't like that when you get to this main screen, it has to connect back to check if things are going on. So I'm going to try to release over the course of next week, starting with Monday, episodes covering the solo. The tutorial and dual strategy here are very basic, but after that, once you get to the Absolute Monarch and the Warriors of 6 Elemental Lords, which are the only 2 solo things that are unlocked to start off with, then you start getting this secondary currency that only happens in solo mode, and it's kind of ridiculous. What you're doing is, let's hop in here, is you need the currency to unlock these gates. So this one needed like 200 of the dark currency to unlock the gate to do more duels. While the first tutorials aren't laid out like this, every other solo mode I've seen has been laid out like this. You'll have a cutscene scenario that you'll go through, and you'll get 3 cards for just watching the cutscene. You will have a scripted practice match that will give you something. This one gave you 150 to unlock the gate, which still it took 200. And then you'll have 1 duel, and in this 1 duel, you'll be given a specific loner deck. Now, some of these hints, I don't know if they specifically even have any connection to the loner deck or not, because like this one will talk about Demise, King of the Armageddon, and that is in this loner deck, but I've seen others that talk about a card that's not in the loner deck. So you have to play for a reward here, but then you also have to play with your own, one of your own decks for a different reward, and that's why this says clear instead of completed. And once you unlock this gate, you have, this is a fairly easy battle, this is a fairly difficult battle, and this is going to be the most difficult battle. And so they're leaving you to do these later. Every duel has a loner deck duel and your own deck duel, and then there is this goal, which is a secondary cutscene, and this one gave me a full structured deck for just watching the cutscene and reaching that. Of course, you have to go in order here. But solo is super easy, and I will put out videos of me covering it. Although, frankly, it's getting a little grindy, and I'm a little scared that this is all there is as far as the remaining lock solo modes. But I'm also a little scared that it isn't all there is, because it could be that there's hundreds of solo modes, and they're just going to unlock more and show more later. And there's definitely a lot of time you can put into each of these doing those duels over and over again. Ideally, your strategy here would be to just do the easy duel and get the finished, because you might get a structured deck, then move on to the next one, then move on to the next one, and just get all of these to say clear but not completed, and then that will unlock a whole bunch of structured decks that you can use to use against the duels when you can't use the loner decks. Plus, if you put off completing these and just get the structured decks, you can use the structured decks in actual dueling. This game is kind of bad about pointing you to actually dueling. It's also kind of bad as far as having you build and construct decks. They start you off with being able to pick one of 3 starter decks, which then you kind of can live with but don't do anything more. And then there's a public deck search, but it's not very useful. So almost certainly there will be online lists of top tier meta decks to craft, and I'll probably have to look up something like that eventually. But yeah, actually creating a deck, I wanted to show that off, is kind of a nightmare. Like, you can toggle this to see just the cards you own, but then you've got to click this and then kind of look at it to then be able to drag it to the main side or extra side if it can go into the extra side. It probably will just automatically determine whether it belongs in the extra deck or not. But yeah, it's a rough interface. Even on a mobile phone, this is like a fairly rough interface. Of course, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has that problem of just there being a ton of cards. So more than likely you would look up online. You can favorite cards, and so we might get to that. You can also have a card history, which I'm not sure exactly how that works. Yeah, you're just not going to build a deck fairly quickly in this game. You're going to just rely on structured decks for a while. So we've shown the solo, the shop, we've shown the deck. Let's actually show the duel, and then actually start playing duels, which is all I'm going to really do. Eventually they're going to add events, but right now it is definitely just taking up a lot of space. So you can free duel by creating a room or entering a room, or you could spectate a room, but there's not really any real reason why you would want to spectate unless you're friends with people. And so there is definitely a possibility here. If you have a bunch of friends that just want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! This is a great game. It's a free-to-play game at that point for the most part. Getting the cards still would be a bit of a struggle. You can't create a room and then let people just play with any decks they've made up in their mind. You have to actually own the cards in the game. But otherwise, you could avoid ranked dueling. That being said, I don't think there's a lot of reason to avoid the ranked play. It's not terrible. The interface is a little terrible. So here is my starter deck, which I chose. I think this was the starter deck I chose. This may just be the default starter deck that everybody gets. There's a lot of visual aesthetics that I didn't mention in the shop. They're not worth buying. You're gonna unlock a bunch of visual things anyways. And with your deck, you also have some visual modifications are attached specifically to a deck, which is kind of weird. I'm already at bronze tier 4. You start, as far as tiers go, at rookie 1, and then as soon as you get a victory, you get into bronze tier 5, and then you need a couple of victories to get from bronze tier 5 to 4 to 3. Like it may very well have been one victory to get from 5 to 4, one victory to get from 4 to 3, and now 3 victories to get from 3 to 2. But if you just play enough, I don't see any way you wouldn't make it to at least silver 3. And every time you level up, you get just about 100 gems, so it's not like getting the platinum 1 gets you 1,000 extra gems. Let's see, this season, ends $131. So there's not a lot of time for this season. Yeah, and that is more of this kind of feeling like a beta. This game is super snappy as far as loading into matches. My ISP was actually having trouble. You start with a coin flip. Whoever wins the coin flip decides who goes first or second. I'm not going to try and explain everything here. One of the most annoying things is you get a default mate character, which is this little rabbit that makes noise, and you'd really just want to get rid of the mate and not have it enabled, but there's not an option that I can see. In fact, there's a lot of options that are kind of missing. So, like, there's artistic things that change this, which this is your graveyard and this is your banished, removed from play field, which is oddly a circle for no good reason. And so I've added an artistic visual changer so it looks different from the default ones of these. Default ones look fine. You're gonna, in Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot, just look at cards and read what they have to say. If they have a red border and they're an effect monster, these are normal monsters that don't have effects. So then this is just lore. I got a new card back, so the backs of the cards, or it's a sleeve I guess, is not your standard Yu-Gi-Oh! Spiral brown. We can activate this and destroy that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Games go fairly quickly. So you have a 5 grid, unlike Duel Links, which was only a 3 grid. So you have 5 for spells and traps, you have 5 for monsters. This is the field spells. And then there's these odd shared spots that I've never even seen these before. So this is something new that's been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! But I will say everything else in the game feels exactly like the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Game that I remember playing. Why can I not set this? There's no great way to end a turn, so you click the move forward to the next phase and it pops up a screen. Here's your timer. But it doesn't show the opponent's timer slowing or changing, so it just pauses when it's not your turn. This is your extras deck, and you can click it to bring up this kind of ugly list, and then you can click that, and then click that to actually see it. I have this at the lowest resolution, by the way, and I told it to turn the text screen up. Let's see. Let's not activate that. That was a standard prompt of do you want to chain a action, which chaining actions in Yu-Gi-Oh! Happens all the time. So he's played all of his cards. Now if I can just turn the tide a little bit here, I might have him quagmired. Here's your deck. Cards in your hands. We want to play this card after we play this card. You can only summon one monster normally, and then you can special summon several monsters. See, this is weird that the extra monsters now have are in this spot, but there's also something special about these extra monsters that end up in this spot, in that they can sometimes have cards underneath them to increase their ability and effect. Plus they also sometimes have, not in this case, arrows on the sides pointing in different directions, and you can kind of see it here, and the arrows pointing in different directions mean something for those kinds of cards. Alright, so that one didn't work. And now I'm going to activate this. And that will banish it. And summon it to my side of the field. And he's got nothing to counter that with, I don't think, unless this could do something there. So it's just showing the player and the other player, and he's agonizing over that. Oh, so what does this effects do? Okay, well if that negates that, then I'm going to sacrifice that, attribute it to destroy that. So I'm going to chain his negation. Which destroys the card, but I don't think actually stops the effect. Wow, he was able to negate it a second time. So clearly this is a really powerful card. But because I tributed this card, that also I think counters his attack. So I don't think he's going to be able to attack for 2500. That being said, I don't think it matters. I've kind of lost already. But you don't want to surrender in this game. You want to just see it all the way through, because you don't get points if you surrender. When you're playing specifically ranked duels, you get rewards for doing specific things anyway, so it's better to just play all the cards you can. There was a very early version of Yu-Gi-Oh! And there were definitely some Yu-Gi-Oh! Games that did not follow what are the rules normally, so like at one point I think you could summon more than one monster on the field in a normal summon, or you could just tribute 2 face down cards without counting their stars. None of these are effect monsters, so unless I had something with a lot of defense. Yeah. But yeah, at one point, you just to summon 2 cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! In the very early versions of the game, it was just 2 cards and they didn't have star levels, or they weren't counting the star levels for some reason. So I definitely do remember some games where the rules were very different, but they eventually, they fairly quickly started making games that stayed somewhat close to what the rules are. I wouldn't be surprised if the rules were slightly different in the American Western version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus the Japanese version, and that was part of the problem. And I suppose since this is Yu-Gi-Oh! It's worth mentioning that yes, a few of the cards have been censored a little bit, but you never really should have come to Yu-Gi-Oh! Thinking you were going to see much of anything. Covering up some of the Harpy Ladies' cleavage is fine, because like Yu-Gi-Oh! Was always a kid's game. Let's see. This is gonna be the end for me. There's no way I'm gonna win here. Although I knew that 2 or 3 turns. But Yu-Gi-Oh is a lot snappier. It's not Shadowverse or Magic where you're spending 10 to 15 minutes playing one game. A lot of times you do have 1 turn kills, 2 turn kills, 3 turn kills. You're not playing towards a 10th turn like in Shadowverse. The music here could be potentially annoying, and maybe it's too loud. I haven't really listened to the footage to see how I feel about that. But yeah, there's definitely a lot more excitement in going back and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus sticking with Shadowverse. That being said, I think it is still important for me to say, yes, I am. The plan is still to do the second dinner Marvel collectible card game if and when that ever comes out. It is very possible that, I don't know why this guy's taking so long. It's not my turn, it's his. And if it was a network issue, we'd be seeing something pop up here, like a Wi-Fi signal and flashing in red. Or if I was having network, I'd be flashing red over here. But yeah, the plan still is to do the Marvel Second Dinner collectible cards game. Although Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard might change the plan on that somewhat, because Ben Brode may just go and work back for Microsoft and join Activision Blizzard again. But I don't know. It doesn't. We haven't seen any real evidence of that being the case. So I just lost, but in losing, the normal pass that you get for free still gives me 10 gems, and the gold version of the pass gives me 20 gems. And we're at level 13 going on 14 already, and I've only been playing for a couple days. After level 50, you stop getting rewards on the normal. So, probably you could play for free up to level 50, and then purchase gold if you wanted to wait, and still get all the previous rewards. I would assume that's the case. And then is the mate making an animation, wasting things. So we activated a spell that gives us 100. We activated a trap that gives us 100, and we performed a special summon that gives us 100. All of that gives us experience towards this box, which would give us one of the booster packs that has 2 cards in it. We could save this duel if there was something special and we wanted to go back and look at it, but there's no reason for that. This is the default icon character you start with. This is the default icon image you get when you start. I just find the bunny bounces and makes a lot of sound effects that are annoying, and there's no way to turn down the sound effects or turn off the sound effects specifically for the mates, or disable the mates. Don't know if there's anything else that we need to do or talk about. So I go first. First time you can't battle. You can only do your main phase 1 and end your turn, pretty much. So it's been 54 minutes. I think I've covered all the basic things. That you'll probably get all of that told to you a second time when you start watching the regular stuff. So this activates to destroy this. Just pick one. And this will destroy that, and then we can set a new trap. and that gives you a level of protection. Alright. So I think at this point we can start covering video game news. Now, as a YouTuber, I also will say I'm hoping this Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel will get me more subscribers. First and foremost, that's what I want more than anything, to potentially get back into the YouTube partner and run a little bit of ads, the minimum of ads possible, just to make some actual profit from my efforts. This is one of these cards that has the arrows, but none of them are red except for this one, so it's only pointing to the card directly behind it from the perspective of the player. So he should have probably put this here. You can choose what spot you put them in. I've changed a lot of the settings to kind of optimize this more. I guess it doesn't matter. Now this one is pointing diagonally to the left and right, so now this one is actually pointing to this card, but I don't know what its pointing effects it do. So either you read it or you just don't bother to read it, and you move on and attack anyways. What he's probably doing here is powering up with more and more powerful creatures through a long, complicated chain of polymerization, fusion, special summons. Originally it was polymerization, but actually polymerization doesn't even get used that much now. Like in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Cartoon, yeah, polymerization was a very special card that would combine very special characters. Again, this is an example of where if you just have the right card and the right strategy, you could potentially get a 2-turn kill. He's gonna do over half of my health point damage, and he's destroyed everything on my field. And the music changes once you start taking damage, and the field starts breaking, which is a cool effect. Like, the visuals really are here compared to previous Yu-Gi-Oh! Games where the visuals just totally did not exist. Well, I might be able to turn this around and kill this character, but unless this does something, or and this is not doing anything for him, and this doesn't do anything, and these 3 cards don't do anything for him, odds of me losing, I think, winning are fairly low. I activate this effect. It could be that this card specifically is required to keep this card on the field, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that was the case at all. I've had a cough for a while here, and that's annoying. Certainly. We need to cover the news too, and there is a danger here of me just being so overly focused on playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That I don't actually cover the news. So I think I might even try something a little bit different here. Instead of showing the articles, let me just read some of these article headlines to you. Hopefully that will be fine. Anybody who was particularly deaf would be watching closed captions anyway, so they would be able to understand what I'm saying. Video Games Chronicles articles going forward. The Call of Duty Vanguard and Warzone Pacific Season 2 update has been delayed. Activision says it's focusing on fixing issues across the franchise. I feel like that had already been talked about. Following new delay claims, an official Hogwarts Legacy update reiterates its 2022 release plans. This open-world RPG was originally planned to arrive last year. Honestly, Hogwarts Legacy as an open-world RPG maybe isn't a terrible thought, like, come to think of it. Like, I'm looking at this image, and it would be a nice fantasy open-world RPG, as long as it's not like a MMO. See this, it would be a nice twist on, say, the Fallout RPGs or other kinds of just more Tolkien-esque fantasy RPGs out there. Let's jump around here and see if this trailer shows us anything. It's still probably a little too much into the Harry Potter universe compared to what I would want to do, and I don't know how open world it really is going to be if you're spending most of your time just in Hogwarts. There's also a danger of this becoming very tweenish and overly dramatic. Like, everything that's being shown here is really in the grounds of Hogwarts from the looks of it. So unless they start putting you down dungeons and you start fighting things, fighting like virtual dungeons over and over again, I don't know where the RPG elements are going to come about, but that doesn't look as terrible as I thought. Speaking of Fallout 3, there is a character named Colin Moriarty, I believe, in Fallout 3 in Megaton City that I think is literally named after this journalist, and he's kind of a jerk character, and I wonder if that was a homage or an insult. And we didn't just jumped from 13 to almost all the way through 14. But oddly, you can't really collect anything. This time we only activated a trap, so we're very slowly making our way through this. You can't change the deck accessories on the screen, which seems weird. Like, and if you click edit deck, it doesn't let you change the deck accessories from that screen either. So you have to go to a completely different menu to change the pet panel that your pet is standing on, the mate, the animation here, the field, all these visual aesthetics, but yeah. I didn't want to actually edit decks, I wanted to change decks. Select this deck. Now, so this one is the default that you start with. So default playmat, default graveyard, default card rack, and no image there for your pet, your mate. Let's see. Video Game Chronicle says making Call of Duty Xbox exclusive would be hard to get past regulators, analysts say. Well, frankly, if you get approval for this merger and there's no legal limitations on the mergers or promises you have to sign to, they can do whatever they want after the fact. So part of the problem, as I've heard this talked about as far as the whole antitrust, will this get approved, is that first of all, everybody says almost certainly will get approved. So I have to go with mob rule on that one and assume that's true. But then they also point out that when things are challenged, it has specifically been a focus of will prices rise. So as long as Microsoft makes even the vaguest of promises that prices will not rise and it won't affect the prices of video games, then the approval goes through. Very specifically, Microsoft has said they would be the third largest video game company after this merger, and so there's still going to be 2 more video game companies above them. Or no, it wasn't that they would be the third largest video game company. They probably would, depending on how you slice it, they may be the largest. They would be the third largest marketplace compared to, like, Xbox Live would be the third largest compared to Steam, and I don't know if Nintendo is in there or if Sony PlayStation Network would be in that. Right. All of these are special summon cards that are blue. So we do this for Sonic Bird's effect, and then we want to be able to summon something. End of the world. I think this is better. Alright. So we activate this effect. And special summon this. Face up attack position. Which card are we gonna destroy? That one, sure. Cycle of the World is not what we wanted. We wanted End of the World. Okay. This is a fairly powerful structured deck that I got doing the solo quest. So this has a much higher chance of winning, I think. But there is a slight danger in discarding and tribute summoning one of these to summon the other. You also have to be, you kind of have to check your graveyard, because sometimes you can activate effects of cards in the graveyard and the game doesn't really highlight that as a possibility. Let's see. Sony responded to the Xbox Activision Blizzard deal with a quote here, according to Video Games Chronicles: "We expect multi-platform games due to our contractual agreements," or due to contractual agreements, which is, I think, to say that yes, there will be multi-platform games. I guess it does show you a whole little animation there. There we go. End of the world. Select a monster we want to special summon. We're going to special summon this one, even though this is a little bit more attack. because of the effect. And we're going to sacrifice one of these. So we'll have one and one of the other. I have yet to figure out how you actually turn off these summon animations. They imply that you can, but you have yet to see it. So you attack with this, and every time this destroys a monster, you then activate its ability, and you can attack again. A second time. So he has no cards in his hands, he has nothing on his field, he is pretty much done for. On top of that, this has a special ability, Demise King of Armageddon, where I could pay 2,000 life points, which would definitely be a lot, and destroy all the other cards on the field. I can get that on the field using Cycle of the World and sacrificing this. Or I can wait until I get into the world and summon it the more normal way. This would counter any traps if we were worried about that. Activate and attack for direct attack. Yeah, it's kind of shocking that in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can have these 4 or 5 turn victories, because most collectible card games do either balance out to you have to go at least 10 turns to win. Shadowverse, Magic the Gathering is that way for most part, or there's the occasional 1 turn kill or 2 turn kills, but almost always it's a 1 turn kill. So that to find that happy medium is kind of nice. And one of the things that definitely helps create that is take note that there is no mana in this game. No getting mana screwed. There's no Hearthstone. You have a certain number of like coins to use per turn or anything like that. Let's see. Let's go ahead and activate this effect. Can't chain it with this trap though. We'll just see if he chains it with that trap. What triggers this one? So unless this Ring of Destruction does something. So, alright, well, we will pull, not from our hand, but from our deck, this card. And we will summon from our hand, sacrificing this card. Face up, attack position. And for good measure, we'll activate this trap card. And for good measure, we'll activate this spell card because we have daily quests, which then will let me tribute summon this guy. Like, this is just goofing around basically to get more points. Yeah, this game does encourage that, showing off and just rubbing salt in the wound. This final blow animation is kind of cool. They got the animations really nice, but there are some optimizations, some tweaking here. This stuff here just shows you the character if you wanted to friend the person. These do have 9-digit ID codes, and people could friend me on this. I don't think I'm gonna particularly push for that, though, because there seems to be no real reason to have a bunch of friends at the moment, particularly if you're not going to have time to play it. So we're ranked up, so we get 100 gems. We also get 1500 for actually winning, and this guy is just flipping out. Yeah, I just want a silent mate that doesn't make any noise. So we have Invasion of Flames as a card as a reward, and then we have these tickets to purchase a legacy pack, which gives you 2 cards. So yeah, these rewards are pretty small for playing, but it's something. It's a lot more than you would get at Shadowverse for just getting a victory. And definitely you can see I got a lot more points by not just winning, but destroying 5 monsters, activating spells, traps, performing a special summon, performing a ritual summon. And we are now up to Bronze Tier 3. Win streak in the current rank is 1. Add 1 more win to get to Bronze Tier 2. Yeah, Microsoft almost certainly will maintain Activision Blizzard's contracts for the time being. That being said, I like to go second here when I win the coin flip. The next Call of Duty game almost certainly might be an exclusive. It might not, though. It is also very possible that that Microsoft doesn't need that exclusivity. On one hand, Microsoft is kind of still trying to catch up and compete with Sony. On the other hand, Microsoft comes from the perspective that it doesn't really need to compete with Sony, because as long as it's getting the software sales, it doesn't care about the hardware. This one would destroy a card. This one would let you attack twice the turn it's summoned. So it's probably better to, let's see. Well, actually, let's just do this. Select this, and then I'm going to sacrifice one of these and one of, well, we'll start with this one and then sacrifice this. Select the monster I control. What is this effect going to be? I don't know. Well, hope this doesn't sacrifice this card. Yeah, I have no idea what those two things did. We don't want to use its effect at the moment. I could pay 2,000 life points to kill those two cards, but it seems like it's unnecessary. He was unable to activate either one of those as trap cards, and I was a special summon things. I cast spells. Let's see. This would only tribute summon something, so we don't want to activate that. Light. Don't want to do that. We're gonna get some prompts here every time he does something. And I expect to see a lot of Japanese named characters. Blue Eyes alternative. I mean, I guess I could tribute something in my hand. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do that, but we should try that. What is this one's effect doing? From my... I'm gonna banish this. Yeah, he may have turned the tide on me, which maybe I made a mistake. Let's do this. Special summon this. Sacrifice the other one. Face up attack. I feel like I'm learning these cards fairly quickly here. Yeah, at this point I'm not going to get through all the news if I'm not careful. We may just have to take a break from playing. Talk about some news, then play a game, then talk about some news. There's a trailer for the Shenmue anime, which starts airing next month. Boy, does this look like a early 90s, late 80s anime style. Definitely not going for the moe art style, which I kind of appreciate that. I'd like to see more animes going in that general direction. That being said, this trailer, which is a Crunchyroll trailer, so I'm not going to hit play, looks like they might be doing a lot of CG. There's a lot of anime these days, and cheap anime in which they're trying to go with CG, and I could see starting from a video game perspective and saying, well, we can use CG and cheap out here if we if we cover a video game in anime form, we can cheap out and use CG because it was CG to begin with. I could see that mentality. I don't know if I really agree with it. I don't. Also, we have an article here. Activision says it's not planning on removing any existing PlayStation games following the Xbox acquisition, which, like, why would you? You've already put the effort into it and created the games. It would be ridiculous to not try and profit off those games as much as possible. So these are all like very basic things that somebody obviously just asked them if they were going to do something stupid or crazy, and then the response is, no, we're not going to do something stupid and crazy like cutting off our nose to spite our face. Activision CEO wants Xbox to revive Guitar Hero and Skylanders. Bobby Kodak's opinions or desires probably not going to be taken into consideration unless he actually sticks around. And that would be the craziest story certainly of all if this merger happened and 2 years down the line after the merger was done, Bobby Kotick was still working at Microsoft. Guitar Hero could come back if you can get a technology that can just listen to people playing a guitar and not having to plug in a plastic device, just use real guitars. Skylanders, yeah, you can make a new Skylanders, but you're not going to make a big deal about it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they brought back Skylanders and didn't even do the Toys to Life thing, and instead just made a very standard game. How do we destroy? I might be in trouble here. Says if this one, if this card battled, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack of one monster your opponent controls that battled this card this turn. So by me fighting it, I did 1800 damage to myself. Ooh. Well, that sucks. Daemon Ex Machina has been confirmed as next week's free Epic Games Store title. Okay. Official PS5 console covers have gone on sale early in the UK. Reservations are now open for Kyoto's Nintendo Hotel. Now, what makes this actually a Nintendo Hotel? Oh, it was the building that is widely agreed to be Nintendo's original headquarters has been reopened as a hotel. So, I bet it's not even particularly Nintendo themed from the looks of these pictures. It doesn't seem like it is. Honestly, I kind of thought Nintendo's headquarters had stayed the same from day one, 100, 200 years ago. But I guess not. Play the exact same spell card for no reason. Let's see. GameStop is selling Xbox Series X bundles at some stores today. Some of these newses. The LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga has a release date and gameplay overview trailer. It will be released on basically everything April 5th, 2022. And let's see if we can skip around and see some actual gameplay. It looks a little bit more glossy as the new LEGO games do. It seems like it's going to be a bit more of just a floating world menu to at least get specific episodes. Some of these levels may very well be close to just copy and paste of what the old game was. Yeah, you're seemingly still gonna fly around. I'm not sure how much of these are really gameplay things, but clearly a lot of this is cutscenes. You will be doing the running and gunning and first-person shooting, which that's new. Ooh, interesting. They are literally just adding more and more to this game by the hour. Like, can we activate this effect? Yeah, I don't know why I would want to change the level that way, but I do know why I would want to change the level the other opposite direction. So you want to use this card to change one of these cards from a 4 to an 8. Then to potentially use this. Yeah, I'm starting to understand. Yeah. Looking here, though, there clearly is a lot going on, and it's kind of a... It's probably not really open world, but it is definitely going to be a more interconnected world. You're not seemingly going to just walk through a door and enter a sub-menu. Instead, you're going to fly from section to section. They're going to put more space in the game that way, which is kind of a great way, because the actual Lego games are person platformers. That's a new mechanic. So yeah, this definitely looks like, well, there might be a little bit of copy and paste where it overlaps with the movies, where they can't do anything too much different because that's just what happened in the movie. It seems like I would say at least 80% of this is going to be all new content. Definitely looks different. It definitely looks from a more 3D open world perspective. I'm about to die again if I don't play. They're popping up warnings left and right. I may very well have to stop playing just to cover news, and then cover a few articles in between. We may just get the feel of doing 4 or 5 articles and talking about that. Ranking up again. And then you got another victory. And spells, special summons, ritual summons. We now have another normal card. Yeah. There's so many cards you can possibly get that it's no surprise that they would have to just give you a ridiculous amount of extra cards. Well, this has got me excited. Even the character selection screen there is a different thing. That they've optimized this. This is the beginning of a whole new generation of Lego games by the feeling of it. The thing that feels about the weirdest is just the first-person shooting stuff, but whatever. So I'm fairly hyped about this. I needed to be pretty hyped about it, in fairness, because there was definitely a chance here that the long delays around the long delays around the release of this game potentially would have ruined the enthusiasm around Lego games. Right. Oh. Breaking the world, I can draw a card, I can destroy one card on the field, or I can not activate the effect. I'll want to draw a card. I'll also want to set a trap. And then... yeah. I don't think we can do attack the battle phase here. So yeah, I'm really hyped about that. WWE 2K22 gets a March release date with prices ranging from $70 to $120. Coming out March 11th. There's no real indication that that would be good. The Steam Deck compatibility ratings show around half of the games tested so far work flawlessly, but Persona 4 Golden won't work on Valve's handheld at all. I feel like, though, these compatibility ratings could be pretty inaccurate. Flawlessly is a big claim considering how many people are out there. I wouldn't be surprised if we find that Steam Decks have somewhere around a 10% failure rate in just their construction, with potential loose connections, loose wires, bad memory, bad RAM, bad CPUs, bad GPUs. So yeah, there might very well be hardware failures in general that make a few games play wonky where everything else works fine or looks like it's working fine. But on the other hand, yeah, maybe work flawlessly is right for all the games that they have listed, but it's not the right percentage for all games that in existence ever. Alright, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to attack with this one, see what happens, and see if this burns and activates more cards out of his hand before I just activate this and destroy everything. Yep. And see, this is like number 1, but it looks like a 7. It's slightly slanted to my perspective. I've started using this recliner where I've actually have it like somewhat elevated, lifting me, leaning forward, which honestly probably isn't a terrible thought, instead of leaning back in a recliner while trying to stream. So it's taking forever. While we cover that, PlayStation's creator Kutaragi can't see the point of the metaverse or VR headsets. This is a former Sony executive currently working at a robotics and AI firm. Do I want to attack? Continue the attack. Select the target of the attack. Yeah, sure. I mean, if anything, I could have potentially targeted this and destroyed this and then attacked with this and done more damage. I'm basically getting stooged here. Yeah, I don't know what his strategy was there, because it doesn't seem like it's gonna work. Yeah. I can definitely agree with Kutaragi. I don't know what people mean when they say the metaverse. I don't think they know what they mean half the time. And VR headsets, VR has been a thought in people's minds for decades, and it still has never really made sense or succeeded. I think it's a solution without a problem that's been trying this out itself. At some point, I do feel like augmented reality glasses might make sense, but the technology is probably another 3 decades away. Video Game Chronicles says it looks like Bethesda's Ghostwire Tokyo could be released as soon as March. A PlayStation Store listing points to an early release for the Bethesda title, March 24th to be precise. Xbox's Phil Spencer says he'll let Activision Studios work on a variety of franchises, which, I mean, is great news to just confirm that the plan isn't to force them every Activision studio, Blizzard studio, to work on some Call of Duty, which a lot of the studios have been focusing solely on Call of Duty and nothing else. The real quote is, "We're hoping that we'll be able to work on franchises that I love from my childhood." So they are thinking about bringing back some of the old games. Although if you're talking Phil Spencer's childhood, that almost certainly is the Sierra games, the text-based point-and-click style games, not something like Banjo-Kazooie. Phil Spencer isn't that young. Suda51 says he's had a few meetings with Marvel. He says he hopes something can come of it. Which, yeah, I think he definitely would love to make a Marvel game. I just don't know if Disney would want Suda51 to be in charge of any Marvel character. Even Deadpool is too precious a character, potentially, to let Suda51 do whatever he wants with it. They might toss him a bone for some third-tier Marvel character nobody recognizes, or just a bunch of third-tier or lower enemies. Yeah, if he made a No More Heroes game, specifically fighting Marvel enemies, that could work, but I think that would be about it. So now would be the time to summon another one of those guys and destroy. Pay the 2,000 to destroy it. Let's see. Well, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna bring it back, pay 2,000, and destroy everything on the field. Oh, actually, that's gonna work fairly well. Alright. We want this still. But we can't do anything with this. So we're probably gonna lose. I really just missed my opportunity here to activate the Armageddon character, and I think he canceled the attack, so I can't do anything. Let's see. Xbox confirms, quote, "We want to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation." Phil Spencer claims Microsoft's decided to keep the series on Sony PlayStation. I kind of believe that. Zelda Majora's Mask on Switch is Switch Online's next Nintendo 64 game. It's set to arrive in February. The Switch's latest Nintendo 64 update suggests Nintendo could be improving emulation. Fans have noticed a graphical improvement following criticism of the Nintendo 64's performance. Yeah, this does look a little bit blurrier, and this looks a little bit sharper, and while these are probably pre-rendered icons, they do feel like they may have been sharpened a little bit. Criterion's Need for Speed game will reportedly be released this year. I've never heard of a video game called Criterion, though. Criterion is like a movie releasing publishing company with the Criterion collections. But apparently there is a company called Criterion also. I bet that word means something too. Let's see if we can define. Or we can Google search what that word means. A standard on which a judgment or decision may be based is what Criterion stands for. When I Googled it, I immediately did end up at the Criterion collection. Which, yeah. Here's a list of movies that they've released recently. Citizen Kane, for instance, Uncut Gems, Minister Society. A lot of these I don't recognize. I recognize these though. Yeah, I guess I recognize most of these. I've never thought about buying any Criterion movies, Blu-rays. At this point, it's kind of ridiculous to buy Blu-rays at all. So, if I was gonna buy a Blu-ray, probably the Criterion collection might be something that we can sell us. Notice this guy just has a generic car for his icon, which seems really out of place. Because I don't even know if there's a single Yu-Gi-Oh card that is a car. And like Hearthstone, there is some stuff you can click on somewhere around here to get some effects, but it isn't a lot, certainly, and it's not like when you click on these random things it gives you anything of actual value. Let's see. Japan's press have played Pokemon Legends, and the quote here is, "It's an experience like no other." They call it completely different and exhilarating, which, yeah, it is much more of an open world game from the looks of it, compared to even Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. I don't think there's a high chance of it being so incredibly different, though, that it scares off old school fans. So I'm not particularly worried about that. Alright. Special summon this. And go ahead and sacrifice that. And I should have activated the effect here. Interesting. My effect still is going to happen here. Oh no, it didn't. Interesting. So I've been outplayed. PlayStation 5s will be on sale for GameStop Pro members today, according to Video Games Chronicles. Another delay for a Switch game, Life is Strange Remastered, has been delayed. Other formats still getting the game in February. It's February 1st. So, as much as Switch is succeeding to get a lot of sales for first-party titles, there's still a decent amount of delay that seems to be happening. Compared to everything else keeping and maintaining its release schedule. Although I don't know if there's a really huge audience that wanted to play Life is Strange Remastered specifically on the Switch anyways, so that delay may not hurt it as much as you would think. There are so many strategies and cards here that are getting played. It's great to see the variety, certainly, but it is also a little overwhelming to just see people play entire cards and in my head just say, what does that card? What does that card do? What does that card do? What does that card do? It's exhilarating, certainly, and exciting, but like also a little overwhelming. Probably should swap out for a different deck and not just play the exact same decks over and over again. The latest Warzone updates include several bug fixes and katana adjustments. The patch targets collision issues, menu screen flickering, reload animation problems, and more. The majority of game developers have no interest in NFTs, a survey finds, and 70% have no interest in cryptocurrency as a payment tool. Yeah. I feel like video games shouldn't get into a cryptocurrency payment tool either. At some point, there will be some government that adopts or creates its own cryptocurrency that it is somewhat gold-backed or has some authority to it, and we might see it succeed at that point. But that government has to also be a first-world country and not just a country with a collapsing economy like Venezuela, regardless of whether or not that's America's fault or not. Which, yeah, I suspect everything is America's fault if you look back far enough. Right. We'll go ahead and do this. Activate its ability. Take another one of these, because these are better. And then you can summon this and tribute that. And then we can activate its ability. Oh man, this only destroys face-up cards. I have to destroy my own card. I just paid 600 life points to undo a mistake. Yeah, I should have probably attacked first. Then this would have been face up. Then I could have destroyed it. PlayStation 5 consoles are currently available at Target, according to Video Games Chronicles. We're almost done with all their news. PlayStation 5 will outsell the Xbox Series consoles 2-1 this year, according to Ampere Analysis, who are forecasting that. But the Switch will be 2022's best-selling console, driven by the OLED model. It's really not news to report someone else's speculation. It's just not worth it. The physical version of GTA Trilogy comes to the Switch next month. The cartridge was originally planned to be released in December of 2021. The Uncharted Legacy of Thieves launch trailer has been released. The remasters hit PS5 next week and PC later this year. It contains the remasters for 4 and the expansion Lost Legacy. Not the first 3 games. Which, yeah, that makes that really difficult to justify getting these remasters and playing these remasters when on PC, specifically on Steam, you can't play the previous games. And then, before the acquisition here, the Call of Duty developers at Raven Software, which is owned by Activision Blizzard, although at some point they were calling it Activision Blizzard King, so maybe that's the official title. Call of Duty developers at Raven Software have voted to unionize. Over 30 staff have asked the management to recognize the union, asking, I suppose, in a legal term kind of way. So, 34 strong. And that's kind of the problem, I'd say, with any unionization in the video game industry, is it is going to be a union of very few people compared to working in a factory that has 400 or 500 people potentially in a union. But that was always the case as far as how that was going to break down, is that the numbers were going to be fairly low. That's funny how it had me select in one screen and then it had me select in a different screen. Like, I've seen some of that, definitely. There's definitely room for optimization and improvement as far as how the prompts look and consistency on how things look and how things work. I imagine there's legal paperwork you have to file to become a union, and they're going to fight that paperwork. Undoubtedly, two employees can't decide that they're gonna unionize, and all of a sudden then a job that has thousands of employees, all of a sudden it becomes a union shop that really has only 2 members. And undoubtedly Activision Blizzard will try to fight it before the acquisition. There we had some network issues popping up there. Yeah, they'll try and fight it, and then Microsoft will probably try and fight it. Like I said, I heavily suspect this acquisition might be a big business billionaire protectionist scheme to stop having billionaires like Bobby Kotick be in the news and making other billionaires look bad, and B, just do some union busting on behalf of a different company so that that unionization doesn't become more of a thing. That's my tinfoil hat theory, at least. Activision Blizzard is only about 10 miles away from Microsoft's office. It would be very easy for people to meet up at lunch and talk about unionizing at Microsoft, and I don't think Microsoft wants that at all. Although a unionized Microsoft might be a very different place. And at this point it might be a better place. Like, we might get rid of some of that ridiculous competition that forces them to constantly try and make new versions of Windows instead of just saying it's good enough. Let's just keep it running and keep it secure. I think what I'm gonna do is, after this game, I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll look at a decent amount of games that came out on Steam, because I kind of have to show that. I can't just read the title of a game, otherwise that's going to be pretty boring. Meanwhile, we'll move on with the Gamatsu articles while this game is still going. So there's a story-driven Witch Academy RPG Songs of Gilmerick announced for consoles and PCs, which I think we've seen this already, and it looked kind of interesting. And then River City Girls Zero Physical Edition pre-orders open January 28th. This River City Girls game is actually a release of an old game that was only released in Japan. So City Girls is not a sequel. And frankly, they're being kind of deceptive as far as how they're showing and selling the game to make it feel like it was a new game, until this most recent commercial that they came out where they are literally showing the new animation style of the girls playing the old game. And you can see here through the blurriness that this is just the old game. And I totally am fine with playing the old game, but River City Girls Zero definitely did not feel like it was the old game at all. And there is some new content that they're bringing in. And since this is an old game, the outfits and the appearance of the River City Girls is much more into that late 80s anime style. Here you can see that they're not doing the super cutesy kawaii dress or appearance. They're just standard solid colored school outfits and skirts and blazers. A Ghost Runner expansion Project Hell has been delayed to March 3rd. I don't even know if I know what Ghost Runner is, though. Kojin Sword of Rewind physical edition pre-orders open January 25th. Again, not a game I particularly immediately recognize. Oh, it's my turn. Yeah, I'm about to lose. Yeah. Because you don't have the burning rope like Hearthstone, it is super easy here to get distracted. And it's a little crazy to have it automatically surrender if you don't play versus just in the turn. But you know what? It's kind of fair too to really punish people from doing what I often do, which is just sit around and hope the other player gets bored and disconnects. Since there is no like rotation and unlimited rank duel at the moment, there is actually a lot tighter of a system that we have for Yu-Gi-Oh! As far as really having people who care about playing actually play in ranked duels, and weeding out people that don't care about it, either going to free duel or just stop playing completely. Alright. Let's just go ahead and receive everything. 90 gems, some more crafting points. I hate that they're labeled as CP, because whenever I see CP, I just assume that's shorthand for child porn. Like, I don't think I'm too far off from that. The gold pass, by the way, has like 71 days, so you can see I'm at 21 3 days in. I will clearly, as long as I just maintain momentum, get to 100. Now, it does take a little bit more experience to go from level 99 to 100 than it did to go from level 1 to level 2, but it's not that big of a difference. It's like 50 XP from level 1 to level 2, and then it slowly is 100 XP from 99 to 100. Let's see what missions we've gotten done. We got 20 for destroying cards in ranked duels. 10 I need to do for solo mode. 20 for whatever that was. 20 for activating 5 traps. And 30 for winning 1 ranked duel. And see, that seems to be the only daily quest that exists where you actually have to even win. And then these login bonuses seem great. Seems like you get a reward if you log in 7 days in a row. And then maybe the login will even reset there. If it doesn't reset, that's gonna suck. And then you also get a login, I think, for maybe just logging in 13 days in general. Although I can't actually accomplish this one because there's only 9 days left on this, and so I don't know if I missed this and actually Duel Masters became available to play 4 or 5 days ago, but that's not it. So I just got a secret thing. This is the first I even knew that secret things existed. So now we have a new title called The Unfathomable, which is not much of a reward. And we have a new title called Show Off. If I equip a card 100 times. If I make it to silver, I'll get a new item frame. Remove your opponent's cards 3,000 times. Activate the effect of a card in the graveyard 3,000 times. It'll be a while before we do anything 3,000 times. Summon from the graveyard 3,000 times. Just click on all of these. Here we have another mate, which is inline skates, which maybe is a bit quieter. But yeah, all we've been doing is playing, and we probably will have another 1,000 gems. But like, increase your duelist level to level 50. Once that's done, I don't know if there's going to be a way to get any more gems on that. Once I've done all of these quests, like summon a monster 3,000 times, does that reset? These are called unlimited missions, but they seem to really only be unlimited in the time frame. They don't really give me an indication that they would be that they would reset and give me more options for gold. So yeah, it is very possible the Great Olds did reset through 24 hours. Interesting. It is very possible that the that 2 or 3 months down the line there will be no more room for packs. Now we're guaranteed at least 1 ultra rare at this last pack, but it's not an ultra rare pack. It's just that the 10th card in the 10th pack would be an ultra rare if we don't get any other ultra rares. But yeah, you can still very easily just open these secret packs and it kind of doesn't matter. Like, you still will more than likely get 3 or 4 new cards in the first 4. Although there is a point where it does start to matter, because if I have all the cards, or 1 copy of all the cards from this secret pack, at that level I probably should just be opening other secret packs to focus my odds better to getting a more new cards. Not because there's any system where you have to like own one copy of a card before you can craft other copies of the card, just because it's not worth your time to, or not worth your odds and your luck to focus on just getting a second copy of Obelisk Determiner or a third copy of Raw. Like, you're not likely to actually even build a deck where you would have multiple Obelisk Determiners, Raws. This is, Yu-Gi-Oh's not really a game like that where you want to have 3 copies of the same card if it is a top tier card, because you're usually building 40 card decks. I'm not sure if there really is a rule or limitation in the ways we're playing that would stop you. I believe that's the last super rare for me to have unlocked. Yeah. It would be kind of crazy to have 3 Raws and 3 Obelisks and 3 Cypher. The Sky Dragons. Like, fingers crossed. I don't even know who that character is that does the whole slicing animation there. But see, this will be an ultra rare in the regular card pool. And take note that all the regular cards there became shinies, except for that ultra rare. So yeah, I definitely should stop opening these packs if I get one of every card and it doesn't do anything. There's no reason to believe that it would be worth it to go further down that path and try and get 3 copies of each card. Plus, I actually do want to play like the Toon cards and the Harpies card decks, and like some of even the gambly dice cards that Joey Wheeler might have. I have nostalgia for the original series of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime enough that I want to play decks that are somewhat similar to what the Yu-Gi crew were playing. The 10th card was an ultra rare, even though it wasn't highlighted as an ultra rare. We found a new card pack as far as the secret card pack. Unlocking a lot more secrets. There was actually quite a lot of secret packs I opened originally and I did not work with. So yeah. Ideally, I still want to dump into this and get 1 copy of this and 1 copy of this. But your odds are just diminishing more and more here. With that, it probably wouldn't be too terrible to just call it on this Obelisk Determiner and then Raw Sphere mode. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm at the point where it makes sense to just call it there. Come over here, create a new desk. Let's type in OBLI, hit enter. Click this so we see cards we don't own. It's got to be an effect monster. Anything with OBLI like Goblin is coming up, by the way. That's why there's so much. So if I actually just added an S. Why did that not work? Oblivion King, Ruin. Where are you hiding? Obelisk the Tormentor. It's an ultra rare. The only thing here is we're not looking at forbidden cards, which it might be quite the secondary journey if we ever got that far to get forbidden cards. Let's try just Tormentor then. Here we go. Oh, I was misspelling it. Okay, so I'm just gonna straight up generate one with crafting. So we now own it. I don't know why I specifically just got a full version of that, though. Yeah, it seems like it's just lucky. This is, I believe, the royal version. When you see this little flicker over it, which is like the 1% chance of cards. What does this button do? Let's not do that yet. And then I'm gonna type in sphere and raw sphere mode. Generates a basic process card. There's a fixed probability that a different process card will be generated. That one we did get the non-full version of. Which, okay. So we just got really lucky there. Alright, so then this, because I crafted that card, unlocked the Great Olds again. Which, so that's how you specifically get this. And almost certainly there is a fairly cheap card you can craft that would give you a temporary deck that you could keep going for 24 hours every day to just buy more and more on the deck. But at this point, I have one of everything of this expansion, and so I have no desire to kind of go any further with this secret pack, which is fine. So next time I get 1,000, I would, if I had nothing better to do, definitely wouldn't get these accessories, although having different fields might be nice. I wouldn't get these protectors, although finding one of those would be nice. These are cheap, but you get these for free. Also, I can't even do anything during the specials. It might make some sense to save some gems at some point in the future for the specials. Here we have a couple legacy packs we can also purchase. Now notice I'm opening 2 packs now, and it still will be 2 cards. Almost certainly you don't want to open any of these cards until you have 10 packs. So I'll probably not open any more. But I did want to point out that opening 2 packs at the same time doesn't all of a sudden give you 4 cards. All of these are new, so there might be something about legacy packs in particular that that guarantees you new cards. And so, yeah, your next choice would be to just look at like power, technical versus hold the line, and supernatural elements at a 5/3/3, or soldiers from the storm at a 5/3/3, or primordial rising at a 5/3/3, or all good candidates. I guess Galaxy War here would be your best choice because that's a 5/4/4. Unless you just come in here and look at the featured cards and realize that you actually have most of these featured cards. Eventually it is going to come down to that where you'll have 10 or 15 of these open potentially, but 5, 6, 7 of them are not actually valuable card, not something you'd actually do anything with. And since we found another secret pack, that then immediately also gave me 100 more crystals. So it's just rolling in crystals. There's also notifications, none of which seem to give you any extra free packs. You'd think they'd want to be a little bit nicer and give you something in the gift box. I've also noticed this game does not have any kind of like codes you can type in. So like a launch celebration gift box thing feels like something that should exist. Let's cover some of the games on Steam. And again, we're going late, so a lot of this is just going to be yes, no stuff. Zombie War in practical play does not look polished enough. 249 English Korean. Adarin Farm just looks like a Stardew Valley game. Early access, 539 English. Here we have a Russian game which just looks like an asset flip. It doesn't even support English. It's free. Oh, it's actually Greek, not Russian. So apologies there. Yeah, I guess if I look at this again, that is Greek. Here we have Room Prison, and it's been a long time since we've seen one of these kind of Chinese games that really has the imagery of bondage and like rope bondage, shibari as a major focus. Just playing on a fetish. Generally this seems like this is just a low effort asset flip though. It's tagged sexual content and nudity, $4.99 English and Chinese. It's an interesting thought, certainly, an escape the room where you start off tied up in bondage, but almost certainly you would escape from that fairly quickly. Cinderella, what was it called? Cinderella Girl or something? Had something like that where the character was tied up in shibari rope bondage, and you had to kick and push boxes while being tied up. Yep. In like movies, there are some interesting scenes in movies where somebody's tied up and then they have to overcome that limitation, but in video games it really feels like that would just be a frustrating event. Like, one thing I'll say is you have this monster art and it can be different things, but oddly it can't cycle. Some of these you really would hope that there would just be a random option. So this unfathomable is now something we could click as an option, or you could just remove it. And see how this says Link's player or a fan of the anime as ways of just describing yourself. Beginner Duelist is probably the least accurate one. You can change your mate again. But yeah, you have this monster art, and so you would want that to be more random instead of just always being the one you want, or you'd want to be able to have that as a random option. Anyways, it looks like we've got a Chinese game that is very colorful and very zoomed in here. Doesn't really feel like a actual product. So I'm going to say no to that. Well, I'd have to say no to it anyways. It's Chinese only. $6.59. Here we have Hello Lady Complete Edition, which looks like it's a visual novel game. I guess maybe there's no adult content in this because, I mean, this is pretty much a school uniform. This is a fairly short moe anime girl that looks pretty young. $26.99, Japanese full audio. Let's see. A few illustrations of characters kissing, showing violence and blood. Also, everyone appearing is over 18 years old. Another thing I'll say, I'll put this on the fall list and see if people like it. Seems like it's a pretty tame visual novel. When you're sitting on the screen, it's just constantly reloading and connecting to their servers, wasting their bandwidth. Speaking of wasting their bandwidth, when you first play the game in tutorial mode, you play like 1, maybe 2 tutorial scenarios, and then it makes you make a name and an account, and then you have to sit. Oh, I sat for at least 40 minutes to download 5 gigabytes of data. Like, it would have made so much more sense for that to download in the background while you were doing the tutorial. Just have that stream as fast as possible. It was a real speed bump, and I could easily understand if a good 20% of players don't even make it past the tutorial when you hit that first download. Here we have a game on Steam called Word Game, which looks like nothing. $31.49, Chinese only. Boy, is that expensive. Here we have a game called The Black Cat Magician. Looks like it's just an RPG game. Looks alright, but doesn't look special enough for me to care about it. $3.59, English and Chinese. Here we have a game called Velocity Noodle, which I think is probably a frustration platformer. Would be the basic way in which I would dismiss it. Yeah, you're doing a lot of running, you're jumping around. In a lot of ways, if you were going to try to improve Sonic games, I could see having Sonic run against walls and do a lot of that frustration platforming. But yeah, that's not a game I would play. $11.69, English only. Here we have a game called Gunslinger Valley, which looks too low polygon for its good. It's good. It almost feels like it's not a complete asset flip, but I still think it falls slightly over the line of being an asset flip. Free to play online PvP only. Here we have a game called The Monstrous Frontier, which looks like it's a hex grid colony sim game of no interest. $14.99, English, Portuguese, Brazil. Screenshots are very samey and not really showing how the game actually plays. Here we have what looks like an RPG or a side-scroll shooter, but is either all Japanese or all Chinese. Early access $1.99. Well, interesting. It says it supports English and Chinese and Russian and Japanese. I still, though, think I can pretty much dismiss it because I'm not seeing a game here that looks like there's even a foundation for them to work with. It feels all over the place. Next we have Hardworking Hero and a bikini-clad character with a red scarf. But it's zoomed out and it's kind of 8-bit polygon in the actual screenshot. So there's kind of an inconsistency there where they potentially just bought an anime girl and used that as the depiction, and then when they had to actually make custom art, they could only make pixel art, or chose to only make pixel art. Yeah. This feels really disconnected. So you're running around, maybe killing monsters to get resources to expand a grid to, yeah. If anything, it feels like what they're trying to do is make an RPG without having a very big or complicated overworld, and just almost having a bridged experience of an RPG, which I almost would appreciate that. This is 424 English and Chinese. I'm going to give this a follow just because I'd like to see people's reception to it. I bet it's going to be negative though. Here we have another adult game called War and Roses, and this is the more Western CG images of characters. You can see it's mostly negative. It's $13.99, single player only, English and Chinese. So yeah, I don't think there's any reason to put that on the follow list. We haven't seen a lot of these though. We haven't seen a lot of what look more like games you would see, click an ad on in Pornhub. Nor have we seen Chinese language support, particularly for adult games. Let's go ahead and play another duel, but let's just keep it spicy. Let's change decks over to this. There definitely is room to make these more Western animation style adult games if you actually put effort into them. The thing is, I've just never seen an adult game where people actually put effort into them and don't just like flood them with microtransactions and pay to win or pay to speed up to see what is inevitably a very low effort game or low effort adult content. Okay, I need this one first, and then that one, then that one, then that one, then that one. Oh, no. Let's go with this one, then this one, and this one. I don't know what those cards were, but whatever. Sufficient to say I can't do anything. This double summon will come in handy later. We'll go through the Gamatsu articles. The Shinmu, the animation, here they have a different image for it that looks a little bit more colorful and modern. That's premiering February 5th. I don't want to show the trailer, but I will look at the trailer and see what the animation style looks to me. Yeah. The actual animation of the show still is very much the early 90s, late 80s animation style. I'm not seeing any CG, which is for the better. Apparently it's also going to air on Toonami at some point. Yeah, February 5th, Adult Swim and Crunchyroll. Let's see. You trim it, summon this, return this card to your hand. Yeah. Let's go ahead and... What is its attack? Face up defense position. King of Fighter 15 has Elizabeth Blanche Torch trailer and screenshots. So yeah, another character. By the way, it automatically draws for you, so it's kind of silly that it then makes you it kind of makes you pretend like you care about the draw and the heart of the cards. There is no heart of the cards in this game, of course. That would be basically cheating, but they make a big deal about it, and the animation makes a big deal about animating the card draws. Although in all fairness, you animate 4 or 5 card draws and then you would be set for life for every character. It's kind of pathetic to just take that extra 200 damage, but whatever. Gametsu says the Shikabangurai no Bokenmeshi demo is now available in Japan, which I don't remember what this is. It looks like it's a survival RPG game. Yomari 3 details its characters, tools, and lost items, and this is a kind of top-down horror, I think, RPG adventure game. Yeah, from the looks of it. There might be a game there I actually want to play, but I probably would want to play Yomari 1 and 2 first to generally just understand what's going on. Now this card takes no battle damage. Once per turn, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. So destroy one face-up monster your opponent controls that has the lowest attack. Start with that. Set this in the attack position, I guess. I feel like I may have shuffled my deck at some point after arranging the order of the cards. Soulcrest's release date forum livestream has been rescheduled for January 22nd. Eve Ghost Enemies voice cast has been announced. Kojiro and Marina teaser trailers. This is an Eve game? I assume this is not Eve Online. I've never even heard of an Eve series. It must be a particularly Japanese-centric thing. So we tribute summon this. And then return that back to the hand. Can you normal summon and tribute summon? No, I don't think you can. You can normal summon or tribute summon, and then you can special summon and ritual summon as much as you might think. I probably have this. Escape, when I click on it, it's not really doing anything, so I may have finally found a mate that doesn't make any noise. Yeah, I have no idea what this Eve game is. Seems to just have a cast of characters. But I don't know if this is an RPG or if this is a visual novel or what? Seems to be definitely still going for older looking animation style. Again, closer to the 90s animation style than the more modern Moe style, which I guess this may be an indication that it's falling out of favor finally. Yeah, it's a visual novel. And there's, I guess, a murder mystery to it. That trailer is not showing anything at all. It's just mostly Japanese text. Eve burst error, Eve ghost enemies. There must just be a whole collection of Eve games out there. Alright. What does this do? Let's go ahead and just activate it. Let's see. Let's just, I guess, have some variety here. I should also just activate this spell card now. Yeah, if he negates this attack, he can stay alive. Otherwise, I just attack that monster and I'll do over 800 damage anyways. Yeah, it definitely feels harder to jump away from Yu-Gi-Oh! Than it did Shadowverse because A, I just didn't care about Shadowverse, and B, because I had a timer on it. So, yeah. Couple more rewards. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit on these legacy pack tickets until I have 10 of them. And yeah, you want to do as much as possible. I imagine you'd have a hard time though filling in this whole thing. You'd have to play a pretty long game and do a lot of different things. And these wheels just don't make any sound. Good. Finally found something that works. Let's see. We'll get back to this. Drop one NPC to another. Looks like garbage as far as a game on Steam. 54 cents. English allegedly full audio with a lot of language support. Mad. Amazing Mad looks terrible. 99 cents. English allegedly full audio. Ward Crack here, I assume, is a version of that game Wordle. Not exactly sure. Yeah, this is Wordle. It's a 5-letter word. You have to guess the letters. So it's a combination of Mastermind and Wordle. $2.99 English allegedly full audio. I seriously doubt that though. I really don't have any interest in Wordle as a game. It doesn't sound like a particularly great word game. Anyways, if anything, it doesn't actually feel like a word game. It feels more like it's just a numbers puzzle game that is using letters and words as its base resource. So yeah, I'm not gonna put a clone of a game I'm not interested in on the follow list. Here we have another visual novel, more in line with the more modern Moe art style. Or here you have more of a chibi art style. It's early access and English is not supported. It's free. It supports Chinese, Japanese with full audio, and Korean. I really don't know what they're thinking there. One thing to not support English, sure, fine. But then to put out your game for free, that doesn't make sense. And then put it out as early access, that doesn't make sense either. And I've never seen this developer in studio, so I almost wonder if this is the first game they've ever released on Steam. Seems like it is so. Here we have a game called Rydo, Save Yourself. What's interesting about this is this art style, and I assume these are just assets that have been flipped and maybe done very poorly, reminds me of those big eyes paintings that are creepy and have a pretty creepy backstory from what I hear. It almost feels like this is trying to be something that would appeal to like little girls to play, but then it's a visual novel escape the room simulation, and it is just so creepy. But on top of that, it doesn't even look that good. It's just asset flips in the background all around. When you start to look at the backgrounds, nothing's really going on. I could see some weird Canadian French cartoon coming out trying to appeal to kids and looking like this. 79 cents English only. That's definitely got to be a no. Here we have a game called Extreme Race, which looks like nothing. $9.99 English, Portuguese, Brazil. We have a game called Strange Horticulture. This one may already be on our follow list. It's a mystery exploration investigation puzzle game, it says. If anything, it might be a bit of a combination game where you find some base horticultural plants and then you splice them together to create new plants and unlock new plants, kind of like those god games where you would start with fire and water and then you combine them and you would get steam, and then you'd add fire to water to steam and you'd get rain or snow or clouds or something like that, and you just keep on growing and growing. But this visually looks nothing like those games, so it might be very different and nothing like what I am wondering it might be. So yeah, that's got me intrigued, so I'm going to put that on the follow list. Also, fairly high number of reviews already. I don't recognize this publisher or developer's name. Here we have Pizza Geist, which kind of has that like Borderlands art style around its depictions. 424 English, Russian, Chinese. I'll put that on the follow list. I'm starting to feel a little lightheaded. I've been coughing, I've been sick, and I don't know if I've put so much effort into making extra episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I've just exhausted myself. Here we have a game called Adventures Nearby, which looks like nothing. $2.39 English only. Here we have a game called Color Patterns, which looks like it's a simplistic puzzle game. Not sure there's enough here, but for 79 cents I think I would be willing to put it on the follow list and see how other people feel about it as one of these single screen Unity puzzle games. Here we have a game called Last One Beyond the Choice, which looks like a visual novel. We have about 20 more articles, so we probably should play one more game. And then, well, we'll probably play more than one game. This looks interesting, although I don't know for sure what it actually is. Players fight against other characters in the game, discover the progress stories of playable characters from varied backgrounds by winning. That is vague. $4.49. I'll give it a follow. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not as good. Just move down to the next deck and we'll play that. It's gonna take a long time to get used to these decks and find out which ones I like and which ones I don't. Gametsu as Hyperdimension Neptunia Sister vs. Sister Battle System Basics trailer. For more trailers and teasers around the Hyperdimension Neptunia Sister vs. Sister series. Elglia Rebirth launches February 10th in the West. This song that's playing really stands out, and probably stands out too much. Yeah, this game, Elglia, looks like it's just a kind of mobile phone RPG game. I'm not particularly impressed by it, or a Switch-focused game. Yeah, the singing here stands out, and that's cool and all, but it is kind of problematic to have it be so apparent. Okay, so I think you want to summon this. Notice how his half of the board just looks completely different than my half. So it's like half merged, which I was wondering how that would work. See what happens here. You may just have a whole bunch of traps and spells that are useless. So I just got him to potentially destroy us. This person has either paid to buy a lot of visual customization, or he has played a lot of the solo stuff to unlock this stuff. And if he played that well on the solo, I don't know why he isn't ranked higher. The Famitsu sales from the 10th to the 16th have been updated on Gametsu. Suffice it to say, everything is still Switch. Every single game is Switch. The newest thing for the Switch was Astroneer. Everything else, nope, the newest thing was Dying Light Platinum Edition in the 12th spot. Hardware sales are still all about the Switch. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S riding the coattails of the Switch. Really, not really even competing. Yeah, and if I drag all the way here to an attack, I'd want it just to immediately go into battle mode instead of having to ask me. Although it is kind of important that you don't accidentally go into battle mode and end your turn if you didn't mean to. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to skip the second main phase. We already talked about WWE 2K22 launching March 11th, so we don't need to talk about that again. For Gametsu, we already talked about the LEGO Star Wars Skywalker Saga launching April 5th, so we don't need to talk about that again. The game Cotton Fantasy has been delayed to the spring in the West, which Cotton is the side-scroll bullet hell shooter game, which this looks like this might be a newer Cotton game because it looks pretty flashy. At some point in the future, I might actually want to play a cotton game. Although, whereas normally I would just never even consider playing a side-scrolling shooter game. Let's see. Windjammers 2 has an animated launch trailers. I also saw Giant Bomb trying to play Windjammers 2 and could not get it to connect network-wise. But the actual game, visuals and everything looked alright, but obviously a player versus player game like Windjammers 2 has very little value if you can't play it against your friends. A game called Deadly Dozen Reloaded has been announced for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, due out in the spring. This feels like some kind of really old first-person shooter that must have been released in the mid-90s. I do not recognize it at all. And I assume the Reloaded is an indication that it is a remaster. It's being published by Ziggurat, which I think the legendary tactical shooter is what they're describing it as. Seems like a World War II military first-person shooter. I heard somebody mention the game Tribes. I had a friend that was really obsessed with playing Tribes online and tried to get me into it, and I, with terrible internet connections, was able to play 1 or 2 games and then immediately lost interest because it was a military first-person shooter. Or it wasn't really even a military first-person shooter, it was just a first-person shooter player versus player. And I guess that was my first that very possibly was my first foray into playing online, and the last time I ever had actual interest in playing against players online in shooter games, particularly. Of course, I'm playing people online in collectible card games. Yeah. I really don't understand the deck I'm playing right now, so I have basically no right to win. I think this is a deck that synergizes around XYZ summons. Moving on, since oh no, actually I'm supposed to be playing right now, am I not? Yeah, it's just so easy to like not realize that it's your turn. Just negated that attack. Okay. Moving on, yeah. Daemon X Machina for PC will be the free Epic Games Store game from January 27th to February 2nd. Which, honestly, that I don't think was a very popular game at all. A game called Koro Man for Switch and PC launches March 31. This is like the first I think I've ever heard of this game. Looks like it might be a kind of Pokemon clone from the looks of it. Does not look terrible. But Who knows? Really. This is an interesting story. Microids is going to produce 3 new Garfield games. The new titles will span different genres. Which, yeah. I could definitely see an adventure game with Garfield. Garfield racing games have already been established and exist. You could also just have more of a kid-friendly, like, puzzle hidden object game around Garfield. Too. You could even have a 3D platformer, but you're really pushing it if you put Garfield in a 3D platformer and he's jumping all over the place and double jumping. That's just not in line with his character much. But yeah, any Garfield game you make, you are going to have to kind of break his general character description and make him a much more active person. Even the racing games has him driving cars and racings, where by default I'd just assume Garfield would fall asleep at the starting line and not do anything. We already talked about Life is Strange Remastered Collection being delayed for the Switch to later in 2022, so we don't need to cover that again. We already talked about the PlayStation Store listing Ghostwire Tokyo to release on March 24th. A lot of this... Let's see, I'm gonna lose here, so we just want to see if we can activate an effect. All I'm trying to do really is just summon monsters, and yeah, the operatic music, it just stands out too much. And then as far as your options, you can like turn the background music down if you want, and I may very well find that I should do that, but we'll leave it for now. But then the only other things you control are sound effects. We had already talked about Xbox bosses saying they'll honor their agreements when they acquire Activision Blizzard, which, yeah. We already talked about Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask coming to Nintendo Switch Online. At a certain point here, you're going to be able to play all the 3D Zelda games and probably all the old Zelda games on the Switch alone. Oh. Let's see. I once again failed to realize it was my turn. A first-person horror game, The Bridge Curse Road to Salvation, has been announced for PC. Which, yeah, it might just be a asset flip horror game, or it might have something to it. It does look like they're trying to animate more people, and generally when you have an asset flip horror game, it's in first person, and then there's not any more content or people that you interact with. So we got a couple 100 points, and let's see if there's a trailer here for the Bridge Curse Road to Salvation. Yeah, this feels like people are really trying here, and that this is an actual horror game, maybe even something closer to a Resident Evil 1 game. It is also very possible, though, that it's just a Five Nights at Freddy ripoff. Something like that. Let's see. Here we have a game called Zodicats, which I have to assume are cats and the astrology mixed together as some kind of puzzle game. Is it slide puzzles? Block puzzles, I wonder? Yeah. It's not even slide puzzles, it's just jigsaw pieces and squares. That being said, I kind of like the art style. It's $1.79, English, Portuguese, Brazil. I'm gonna give this a follow list. Put it on the follow list. There's a decent chance though that this just never gets any relevancy and never gets reviewed, so I'll probably remove it later. Here we have a game called After Dark VR, not connected to any other game called After Dark, I suspect. This doesn't look terrible by any means for a VR game, although who really wants to play a horror VR game, horror game in VR? This is one of those asymmetric games where your one player is hunting down the other players, though. So it's not something I would play. It doesn't have a single player aspect to it. $11.99 is a little too cheap for a VR game also, so I'd be cautious around that. English, allegedly full audio. Here we have Edge of the Abyss Awakens, which looks like it might be a Chinese RPG. And if it supported English, which I don't think it did, it would then come down to just how much content is here. Early access coming soon. It says it's going to support English. Well, if it doesn't even have a release yet, though, I would not bother to put it on the follow list. Well, here we have something called Javana, which this gourd at first glance looked like she just had a big old butt cheek showing, but that's not what it is. Looks like it's an adventure platforming game, maybe even a student project. Wouldn't be surprised if there isn't too much here. Honestly, she looks like the water bending character girl from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and so I almost wonder if this is kind of like a fan game based off of that character. She looks a little like her. Free to play, English and French. Not a student project so much, but you know what? I'll give it a follow. I'll see if people like it, and then I'll put it in the wish list if people like it. We have Universal Aim League, which definitely looks like it's just a asset flip first-person shooter. Early access, free to play, with in-app purchases, online PvP only. That's going to be a no. We have a game called Jack in the Hat, which I wonder if I'm supposed to mispronounce that into something dirty, but I guess jacking that might be how you'd mispronounce that. But otherwise, it's a Mario clone, platforming Mega Man clone. I've always wanted to see a game like this come out and see if it could actually succeed in modern times, and I've never really actually seen it succeed, or even that many people try. I heavily suspect if Mario Bros. 1 had come out today, it would be considered just an awful game, and Mario would have never been successful. I guess he throws his hat as a weapon. But yeah, it looks like there's a decent amount of game here, which also, when I see a platformer, they almost always don't feel like they have any game in there. You see one enemy and one background and one collection of platforms. $6.79, a bunch of languages. Yeah, I think this deserves a follow at least. Here we have something called Survive the Hill, which again may be an asymmetric player versus player game. Yep, that's exactly what it is, according to the description. It's nicely animated. If this is your type of game, I would say at least check this out or follow it. It's early access though right now, 7/19. English full audio, online PvP only. Here we have a game called Pranksters Off Your Boss, which looks like it's a point and click adventure game. I don't think there's a game here I'd really want to play, and it kind of feels very single screeny. Pranking your boss is a great way to ruin your relationship with your boss and potentially get fired. A boss pranking his employees is also the same. In reverse, like, pranks are not things that anybody should do, even little kids or college kids. Like, I know people think they're funny, but the problem with a prank is, even if there's a 99% chance that the victim of the prank takes it in good jest, there's always that 1% chance that they don't, or that something goes wrong. So yeah, I would heavily suggest not to do pranks in the real world. For a video game though, give it a follow. I don't know if I'd particularly enjoy that. Like, when I think about my old bosses, I either am ambivalent to them or I am actively hating them. So I never really was so chummy and friendly with a boss that I would want to pull a prank on them or feel like we have that kind of relationship. And you really shouldn't have that kind of relationship with a boss. Next we have Agnes and Gordon's Journey to the Center of the Earth, which looks like either a really, really old game or just a really, really bad game. Either way, it's going to be a no for me. $2.99 English and French. We have about 30 more tabs. Here we have a game called Cat Adventures, which looks like just a low effort platformer. 59 cents English. Let's change up our deck and play again. We'll cover the Gametsu article. The Hatsune Miku Sunangeru puzzle Tatagotori launches January 27th in Japan. So we had heard about that game, maybe we didn't have a date. Square Enix has announced S-Tab Live cross-media project, including a smartphone game, which I have to assume that this is going to be some kind of anime-esque mobile game with an actual anime. And being a Square Enix game not in the Final Fantasy universe, it's hopefully going to look different and not just be under those same general categories of lots of black belts and lots of black leather outfits and giant swords that you get in. It seems like it specifically warns you if you don't move the mouse. Okay. Do I want to play a P scale here? So this is a new to me strategy where let's see. Let's not do that. I shouldn't have even set that. So you can put these pendulum cards that are usually monsters on the field in either side, and whatever their pendulum number is, when you have something on the other side, you can summon creatures in between. So although in this case, putting that in the pendulum spots here was a mistake. The idea of the pendulum as a concept really revitalizes the left and right spots of the spells and traps, because you really never have 5 spells or traps on the field usually. Yeah, this Square Enix S-Tab Life cross-media project might be something, but most cross-media projects never feel like they are particularly good, because you're coming from kind of a greedy perspective of wanting to have a game or have a bunch of things that make you a bunch of money, and you create a bunch of hype around it, instead of coming from a natural artistic creation concept of saying, hey, I got an idea, and expressing this idea via video game form or anime form is the best form to use and the best medium to use. It's starting from the concept of profit and then turning around, and that was a massive amount of damage, and then trying to justify its own existence on around the concept of profit. It feels like a sellout, and from the beginning. Dragon Pit Magician. Activate this. Special summon this. Just activate the spell, I guess. And I can't really do anything here. I could attack it and kill myself, but we might as well just let the other player do his thing. He's got just a floating obelisk here as his mate. That's a cool one. Alice Gear Aegis is coming to consoles in 2022 in Japan. I don't know. So they're back in the Pendulum Zone? Interesting. Could I do that to negate his attack? Interesting. I'll be darned. I could have sworn I was about to lose. Yeah, this Alice Gear Aegis game just has these two anime girls fighting each other with swords. That's all they've got at the moment to show. So we'll have to wait till we get more information. A game called Pal World has a second trailer and screenshots. I don't recognize a game called Pal World either. It looks like a kind of nice looking Pokemon clone though. Yeah. Do I want to activate this at that point? No, I don't think so. Tuning magic. Or tuning magician. Should have read what this does. I was hoping that maybe we could do something there. Alright, well. He stole my card. So I'll kill him for it. And if I could get two magicians into both fields, which would mean I'd have to use this counter trap to get out of this spot. So now there's reasons actually to not have put that there. This would summon itself again. Yeah, this game Pal World looks very Pokemon-y. Very colorful. See if we can do the blurry censorship that I have enabled. I shouldn't call it censorship, it's blurring for anti-DMCA reasons only. Yeah, this game looks really good. Although oddly you're making guns, and I don't understand that part. This game looks suspiciously too good for a game I haven't ever heard of before. It's Craftopia developers' new game, so is Craftopia a company that has a good name or a good reputation? I'm going 3 hours and 30 minutes at least, but definitely not feeling the mental exhaustion, maybe feeling a lot of physical exhaustion right now from just being under the weather. But yeah, this is way better than playing Shadowverse for now. Of course, burnout is burnout, so eventually I could be burned out of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And just move on to the next thing. And that's fine too. It's like humans are not required or don't in any way need to just be obsessed about the same thing and do it over and over again, although there are definitely people out there that do things like that. Okay. I think you just want to summon this. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and activate this effect and do this and then do this. That way I'm going to counter him stealing my card. Can I counter with the counter? Nope. Well, I think he negated my ability to attack. I think that's all he did. Nope, he didn't even negate that. I am shocked I am turning this around. We had already talked about the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collector Edition. So there's a trailer now. Gamatsu has it. Serious Sam Siberian Mayhem. First 10 minutes of gameplay. Footage is now there. Gamatsu. On Gamatsu if you're interested in that. Siberia the World Before for PC launches March 18th. A vinyl score due out the same day. This must just be another game in the Siberia Adventure series. Guess we don't want to activate that? Which, yeah. I'm a little surprised that the Siberia series isn't more popular, or that there isn't just fewer Siberia games. Okay. This would have to be a tribute summon, so I'm going to put this here. And then I'm going to... Activate effects. Nope, I actually don't want to do either one of those. Oh, can I not cancel? No, I can't. Alright, well, fine. Put that in the field. By destroying all my good cards. Well, that effect didn't seem to work. Alright, yes, activate this. Special summon this. Back into attack position. Which, every time I'm doing that, unless I was going for an attempt to just activate a trap multiple times to get some kind of secret mission done, which I don't know what the secret missions are. All I'm really doing is just using that effect and removing the possibility of me being able to use the effect later. Okay, what does Pendulum Paradox do? Guess you set that there. And then we just have to attack. And he's just gonna keep on getting me on that. Next time I do that, I lose. A game called Elasto Man Remastered launches January 26th. It does not look like particularly an interesting game, though. And with that, that's our last Gematsu article. So we're about to lose here, and then we'll have about, I'd say maybe 15 to 20 more tabs, and then we'll wrap up this stream. It is a Friday stream, so yeah, I was hoping maybe to get a lot of viewers, a lot of subscribers, just because I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And maybe I did, but I could also see Monday's stream going a lot better as far as people getting on the chat and saying hi, or just watching in general. Notice that they didn't go overboard with these 3D models. They are flat 2D, nicely drawn images. They're not trying to make everything CG, which they've done in previous Yu-Gi-Oh games, and it's looked awful. They're not having them make particular sound effects specific to that character. It's playing just a very generic sound effect. So they put down a good foundation of the work that they are willing to put into it versus the work that they shouldn't put into it to make it over flashy. This game looks way better than any previous Yu-Gi-Oh game just because it's at a higher resolution alone. But yeah, they are walking that fine line of they don't want to commit to something that would break the bank, well, but they do want to put enough polish into it so people actually want to play the game. And the pro players will turn off the animations if you can ever figure out how to turn off the animations. Anyways. The only thing I would say I did kind of wrong here is I should have not played this the 3 times I played that or so I could have gotten to this deck and shown off this deck. But I don't think I'm going to play another game there. Wait for it to reload. A secret mission has appeared. What was that secret mission? Gain life points. You'll get 5,000 life points. You'll get 100 gems as a secret mission. And then seemingly there might be even more to it because this fades out and trails off, whereas everything else just ends. This is the thing we actually finished. That one. Activating spell cards. Then Duel Pass. Couple more levels. Already on my way to level 26 of 100. So you're really going to have no problem whatsoever to get all of the gold Duel Pass. The only thing to really be concerned about is keeping 600 gems for the next Duel Pass. And if we do hit a wall where there really aren't any extra missions that are going to pop up after a while, then you may very well not be able to afford the 3rd or 4th Duel Pass. But I guess the question is, am I getting the gems now? I guess I am. So I'm getting the gems and I'm spending them. So I'd have to hold on to 600 for the next pass, and then the pass after that, if I hit a wall and couldn't get any more gems through missions, then that might be the point where free-to-play just ends and this becomes a game where you have to pay to play. Having a little bit of network trouble, but not really. 388 frames, 0.1%. Wouldn't be surprised if my ISP is still having trouble. Anyways, for the recording, I guess I'll continue here. We have a game on Steam here called Sword Reverie, which looks like an RPG game that might work. We might also be having network troubles all over the place. Yeah, and it has just been my ISP. Like, I think that they're working on it. Now this is crazy that it says reboot versus retry. No computer game should say reboot. And it's actually impossible to exit this game. There's no exit button on the main title screen or in the menu. You can get to the to the main title through the menu, but there's no way to actually exit. And that's very short-sighted and clearly showing that they were thinking from the perspective of mobile phone games first. Well, here's the problem. If the network is completely down, I can't click on any fault lists, so I'll just have to leave the things open and close the ones that don't matter. Tag hop, for instance, here doesn't matter, so we can say no to that. 594 English allegedly full audio. And we'll just hope that this is just another 2-minute network problem. Because I have like a router that was from my ISP connecting to my personal router, it has a feature where it could possibly tell you error messages when it has trouble. So I enabled that, and then using the captive portal technology, it tried to say, yeah, we're having trouble. But what that does effectively on Android is it disconnects all your network connections and they won't reconnect because all of a sudden now Android assumes you have to sign in with a username and password whenever there's a captive portal, so it puts up this pop-up. So enabling that feature, while it would have been nice, doesn't actually work that way. What they should have done is almost like a banner in HTML injection to pop up on any browser, but even that would be fishy to do. They really just don't use that feature. It's just a dumb feature anyways. Moving on, we have a game called Synchronization, which feels like it's kind of all over the place as far as the animations. Like, this looks like it's almost a 3D model that's been traced over, and then this looks like it is just a straight flat drawing, and then this looks like it's in a completely different environment and story compared to this. So yeah, and then you have pictures of just stars and pictures of moons and the desert. And then this looks like this was more just hand-drawn. It's really all over the place. It's free and it's Polish also, so I guess I have to say no to it anyways. Here we have a game called Simple Killer, which looks like nothing of interest. $3.99 English and Chinese. Here we have a game called Rome 2077 Tactics, which also looks uninteresting. Early access $1.99 English, Spain, Spanish, and Russian. Here we have a game called UFO Tofu Hex, which just looks like it's a match 3 game for, yeah, doesn't look particularly interesting. $3.99. It looks to me like the network has reset. So I'll put this one on the fall list and see if that works. I'll come over here and click retry, even though there's really no reason to retry. Yeah, it's definitely annoying that this just reloads after a few seconds. Like, you really don't need to be refreshing the topics that often or checking for changes that often. Alright, we got Sword Reverie on the fall list. Rapture the Beginning. There might be something to this, as in atmospheric adventure puzzle game. I suspect not really. If anything, this feels like this is going to be a demo of a game. This game is a prototype. Well, alright, I have no desire to play or highlight a prototype. Things like that should not be allowed on Steam. So I'm gonna have to say no to that. Here you have a game called Solo Flight that very possibly is a re-release of a very old CGA game. But definitely I don't recognize it, and because it's CGA it looks pretty awful but on modern monitors. So I definitely have to say no to that. $6.99 is also ridiculously expensive. English only. Here we have Dogfight 80 Years of Aerial War, which looks like a slightly more modern game, being developed by Microprose and published by Atari. So this is a release of an older game. Even at that, it's everything I just said about the previous game applies to this game, except for it looks slightly better. $6.99 English only. Again, too expensive. And then you have Harrier Jump Jet, which looks like, yeah, they're just re-releasing the same thing. And that's probably when these games originally came out. Exactly what happened is that they released the same game over and over again with different skins. But man, is that asking way too much. And if anything, you would have wanted to bundle those together. Although I think the first one wasn't actually being published by Atari. We have Stairway to Heaven, Heaven's Gate, which looks like it's an infinite runner with a bunch of acid flip garbage around it. Yeah, I don't see anything there of interest. $1.39 English, Japanese, and Chinese. Yeah, we have a game called Dimension Shifter, which looks uninteresting. $2.99 English only. And then the final new game we have is called Minimals, which, yeah, also looks like an acid flip of garbage. $2.99 English, allegedly full audio. GameDeveloper.com says TT game devs describe crunch abuse while making Lego games. Okay, I believe it. Work in the Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga has been badly impacted by mismanagement and overworked developers. Yeah, I believe it for previous Lego games, because there definitely have been some previous Lego games that feel like they were not polished and not finished and not done well. There's always been far too much of a desire to make a Lego game and have a Lego game come out every 3 months or 6 months or so. Clearly they needed more qualified staff and bigger teams and more resources. I don't really think that the TT game developers, whatever sub teams might be in there, are bad at programming, because the good parts of Lego games shine well enough to say they do know what they're doing if they're given the resources and the time. But yeah, they need to slow down, and they did with the Skywalker Saga slow down a little bit, but they kind of need to slow down a lot more and just have multiple teams. If Microsoft were to buy TT Games in particular, that would probably work out very nicely because they could take a lot of their staff and put more bodies on the field to program more Lego games. Plus, Microsoft could get different Lego games made compared to being owned by Warner Brothers, which was just obsessed with doing Warner Brothers movie tie-ins. And at this point, I don't think there are any new Warner Brothers movie tie-ins to be had. TT Games could also have been acquired by Disney if Disney cared about video games, and then you could have been a bunch more Marvel Lego games. Let's see. So there's, if you throw money at the problem, I think they can fix that issue. Moving on, Scope and Scale and Puppy Dog Tales discussing photography game design with the devs of Paparazzi. So, game developer, basically 3 or 4 weeks into the new year, has finally started to write their own articles again instead of putting up barely anything or just reprinting press releases or articles, rewriting articles that other people write. The Them's Fighting Herds developer has been acquired by Maxim Games, which is interesting. So now Them Fighting Herds might have a better chance of actually being finished. This was the Brony My Little Pony fighting game, fan game, not officially licensed. But yeah, I did actually want to see this game come out because even if I am just covering it for a joke, it's a funny skin or a funny idea around fighting games, and at some point I may get around to actually covering fighting games, and having a funny one I can spotlight for just 30 minutes like that would be appealing. Super Rare Games is going to start publishing original titles. There are several games here that I do not recognize at all. Let's see. GameDeveloper.com also has the Raven Software quality assistance staff unionizing, calling on Activision Blizzard for recognition. It's the QA people in particular were the ones I think that had mostly been laid off. There's an update here. Activision Blizzard spokesman has provided a statement saying it's carefully reviewing the union's voluntary recognition request. Which, yeah, I think that may very well just be lawyer speak for they're going to reject it. This again is with assistance of the Communication Workers of America, CWA, who seems to be the main force around trying to get video game companies to unionize. The quality assurance people unionizing in particular is really starting from the bottom up. It would have been a lot better to get senior programmers, senior developers, senior artists, senior writers unionized, and some of the voice actors have tried to unionize, but they're kind of a small side group. The problem with QA workers unionizing is there's just too many kids out there that they will work for pizza or work for free to QA a game. Moving on, this is apparently the last week for GDC 2022 early bird registration. And Renee Gittins is going to step down as the IGDA executive director. She will, and then Rami Ishmael will join the executive board to help search for a new executive director. The IGDA, I believe, is owned by the same parent company as GDC. Is there any really controversy around this departure? No, it doesn't seem like it. At least it's not being reported on. So, whatever. It's kind of inside baseball. Riot is suing a mobile game studio for allegedly making a Teamfight Tactics clone, which Riot may be a little sue happy. Imba Network is accused of blatantly copying Teamfight Tactics characters and art for the game I Am Hero AFK Tactical Teamfight, which, yeah. There's definitely does seem like there might be some similarities here, particularly in the text is, yeah, the text here in particular is what's going to get them. The art isn't that similar. The name, though, if this character is named almost the exact same name, yeah, Temo versus Tomee, and the Swift Scout versus the Hasty Scout. Yeah, I think they're gonna lose that one in court. That's a little blatant. But it could also fall under parody, because if the rest of the game is different, it may be an insignificant percentage of copying. Here we have a game called Lynn's Island on the fall list. It's just still early access, so I'm going to give it a little bit more time. Here we have a game called Limbs, which I don't see any visual polish here, as a VR game. Yeah, I think this can leave the fall list. I don't think there's enough polish there, even as a VR game. Here we have a game called Lemon Cake, which is some kind of farming sim. Kind of feels like a girl-friendly farming slash cooking game. Do I really want to play something like this though? $14.99. See, honestly, at this point, I think even if I was thinking this was for like little kids, I don't think this is polished enough that even little kids would want to play it. I think little kids jump immediately from just not playing any games at all to playing the good games that their older brothers and sisters would be playing. And so arguably there is just no room in the video game world for like under 8 style games like this. So I'm gonna remove this from the fall list because, yeah, I wouldn't really want to play that. Lego Batman, the Batmersive Experience. This is a VR supported video, but I guess I could just watch it and add it. Should just add that to my account. But I don't think here you're actually getting to see Lego Batman. Yeah. If anything, I would keep this on the fall list, even though it just says VR supported, because, yeah, I just don't think there's a game here. I think it's just a kinetic visual video in 3D. And you really would want to experience that in VR and not just without VR. Let's see, next we have Legion Craft, which, what kind of game is this? Almost like a Tetris, half RPG game. That's an interesting twist. Building your armies together. While this may be mixed most recently in the last 30 days, overall it's overwhelmed by 80%. It's just early access, English and Chinese. problem here is that it's not out of early access, and this is November 2019. I'm gonna be super generous and leave this on the fall list, but by all rights, it should just be removed because it's almost certainly abandoned by the developer. Legions of the Eternal, I don't think has enough relevancy. Well, I kind of like the looks of it. It's 100% positive of the 10 people that played it. $19.99 is a little expensive, but it's been as low as $4.99, so yeah. I think I'm going to start considering record low prices when adding things to the wish list more often. I'm going to put this on the wish list. Looks like it might be interesting. Legendary Tales is a VR game that looks decent. A lot more polished than some of the other ones I've seen. It's early access still, however, and it's also a VR only game, so it would stay on the fall list either way. Legend of the Streets has only one user review, so I think that's got to leave the fall list. It's also still in early access. We have about 3 more tabs. Legend of Mana is questionable, but it's rated very positively. It just has historical relevance with its high reviews, so this is one of those games that I'd kind of want to just own, and maybe I'd just spotlight it and not actually ever play it. So it's definitely not a high priority. It would be very difficult for me to grind out through a game like that and make it all the way to the end. Legend of the Lab Lot, I'll give some more time to, I guess. Although it just barely looks visually good enough to interest me. Otherwise I would kind of reject this game as being a little too simplistic and generic. And then we have Legend of the Krania, Cursed Fate, which is early access, $9.99. Came out in January of 2021. What did I see in this game to even make it to the fall list? I'm really not seeing anything here that's that particularly interesting, so I'm gonna remove that from the fall list too, and then that would be it for the fall list cleanup. There was a second dinner job that came out after the whole Activision Blizzard article came out, so Ben Brode and Second Dinner is still looking for people to help them make the Marvel collectible card game that they're supposedly working on. And then I'm just going to scroll down my Twitter feed a little bit here. It's Friday, so we did see like a couple of adult games come out, which no surprise there that once again all the adult games are being released late on Friday or over the weekend. But we didn't really see a lot, considering how it feels like it's been at least 2 weeks in which adult games haven't come out. So who knows? Apparently game designer Zach Ford has died. We'll talk about that, since that's important news that you don't want to sit on and wait. YouTube Originals apparently they're not making any more of those, which I think had already talked about that, but that's a good thing really for YouTube content creators. Anything that disenfranchises people and gives special abilities to the elite few is bad for the community as a whole. I looked at like the trending tab on YouTube, which I don't check that, but like maybe once every couple years, and like looking at the trending games on gaming, it's really a lot of stuff that I'm not interested in and that I wouldn't think people were interested in. And then looking at the just generic trending videos, maybe 5 to 15% of the videos there are things or channels I watch, and so I recognize those videos. But then there's a heck of a lot of other stuff that is just totally nowhere close to something that would interest me, which not everything should interest me on YouTube, obviously, but it does once again reinforce the idea that there are very different communities with very little overlap of people watching YouTube videos, and the vast majority of views on YouTube are coming from people falling asleep with autoplay on and kids watching videos with autoplay on. And so the statistics and the views and what the algorithm thinks people want is just horrifically polluted. And I mean, it really should just delete the algorithm, start over from scratch levels. And occasionally people are still memeing and joking and making fun of YouTube for getting rid of the dislike count for viewers. But there have been a couple of awful takes on YouTube also that now are not getting downvoted like they probably should, and so people are getting less useful feedback. And then there's something about Pokimane on Twitch getting in fights with other live streamers, on top of her like also getting banned, I think, for a brief time for watching Nickelodeon cartoons in full. Twitch is kind of a great example of you get the audience you deserve, or you get the audience you create. So by Twitch effectively selling itself as a place where we're not going to really enforce DMCAs, they got a lot of content creators who then took that as a message of, well, you can just violate copyright left and right. And by Twitch saying we're not going to punish or isolate or stop the hot tub streaming cleavage shots, they only encouraged that. And then they certainly sent the opposite messages in a lot of cases too, where they weren't really helping anybody who wasn't streaming copyrighted material, blatantly infringing copyright material, nor were they helping anyone who wasn't doing a hot tub stream. So it's important to have a vision and class and morals when starting a new service and a new business, because it's only going to be compromises and downhill after that. You're not gonna easily clean up a service like Twitch and turn it into what it could have been. Anyways, here's the obituary for the game designer Zach, Zach is how I pronounce that, Ford. Colleagues at PUBG Medicine are raising funds for Ford's family after his sudden passing. If you say sudden passing, you almost have to assume it's COVID related. This is a funny picture because it has that red in the middle of his ear. And then he's wearing some kind of fur. He had experience at studios like PUBG, Madison, and Gearbox Software. CEO Randy Pitchford shared news of Ford's passing on social media. Pitchford described him as a passionate and talented designer who made numerous contributions to the Borderlands series. He also noted that the Zafford clan in the games was named after him. Well, I have to applaud Randy Pitchford for doing something. I'm about to have a huge coughing fit. That's right. You have to applaud Randy Pitchford for saying something classy and not shooting his mouth off. Yeah. I guess I'll leave you to read the rest of this article. Because I'm going to literally cough up a lung in about a second. They're also asking people to donate to Girls Who Code, which I think Girls Who Code is a pretty good charity, but I haven't investigated it fully. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a gift card. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.